aces, their first win of the Spring Splits. A double kill for Trick, and that's going to be lights out. 20 kills to 0.
OG go down once again in this match.
Everybody, and welcome to the home of the European LCS, coming to you live from Berlin, Germany. This afternoon, we're bringing you the final match of the cross-group phase before the teams fight to make their sprint towards playoffs. And as we saw just a few moments ago, Origen heading onto stage, the man of the hour setting himself up. Xpeke back in the lineup for a week now, and Origen, they have a showdown today up against Giants. Good afternoon, I'm James Stress O'Leary. Joining me at the analyst desk today is Mitch Krepel-Vorspals and long-standing coach of H2K, Neil Prolly. Hamad, welcome, gentlemen. Thanks for joining us on this special Sunday of LCS.
Thanks, Sharks.
Yes, thank you, Sharks.
I can't speak Belgian right now, unfortunately, we'll try. I'll try with some Welsh later. Well, with one day left in Week 7 and playoffs on the horizon, let's take a quick look at where the teams stack up. Yesterday, H2K secured first place over in Group B because they own the differential tiebreaker here. The win-loss difference is better for H2K, so despite having the same amount of series wins, they sit above the Unicorns of Love.
And isn't that beautiful? Probably. First place. Yeah, baby.
Yes, and I'm glad today I had it explained to me why we were actually in first place is that game differential, because, you know, as a coach, I should know that. And I'm glad that I was corrected. So.
And this is also not information that is totally not available to all coaches in the rule book, completely
There's no way to know it.
Found before the season. Gladly, we could reconcile there and we could really explain it to you. So
that's why I'm here today, you know.
Why get bogged down in all of that when we can just look at the plays that happened yesterday? Because, you know, it was a 2-0 and H2K looked good, but from our perspective, there was still a couple of moments in the game where we were thinking, ooh, it still looks a little bit messy. Yeah,
like here is a quality H2K mad scientist Jankos play that people won't expect. He has GIA and he has, you know, there's Kha'Zix R and everything to go invisible. So this is actually like, I'm gonna jump in here and I think I can bait a fight. So he jumps over the wall and then, you know, Misfits take this bait. And as an analyst, you guys aren't gonna really understand because you're not in the minds of the players.
We don't see the beauty, but we don't hear them talk. Either you follow the comms during the games, so you can actually tell us, was this H2 greed or H2 planned?
See, this is an H2 planned, I would say. H2 greed is a big problem we've had, and we're fixing it slowly. But this one was perfectly planned. I wouldn't consider this a big mistake. Maybe not a best macro play that we could repeat in other games. I'll give you that, but this was... Yes, I heard the comms, this is set up. I have, you know, GA to survive and we'll bait a fight. Can we do this? Yes. And then Jankos, mad scientist, goes on.
We're joking a little bit, but other than this particular play, it looked very convincing from H2K. You guys prepped a full week to play the Misfits. Were you surprised by kind of how easy it was for you guys to take that 2-0?
I thought they would contest a lot more in the early game. They did get some dives off in game 1, and they played that really well. But then in game 2, they picked this like really, really scaling comp, and that's just not what Misfits have been doing well in the whole season. You know, you never looked at them and said, "Oh man, look how great they scale." You look at them and you're like, their early mid is really strong, and you know teams should prepare for that. So that's what we did. And then in game 2, they just had no early game to fight us, and we could just take the game over from there, and the game seemed pretty easy,
2-0 for H2K, not the only team that will pick up a 2-0. Roccat at the bottom of the tables, picking up their second 2-0 of the week, which, you know, important for them to stay out of the relegation battle, but also the first time they've gone 2-0 on the week since the 2015 summer split. So Roccat, then they took down Vitality. It looked a lot better from Roccat than we thought it would.
Yeah, it's also a good indicator that if you're in a lower tier team, it's best to play scrappy and it's best to play team fight. Because Vitality, by all intents and purposes, should have won this series. Like, they had a major option to win that 1-3-1 split push game with the cannon. They refused to play it out correctly after getting a massive lead. And you could just tell that they weren't experienced enough with this quite complex playstyle in the 1-3-1. I think it's much better, and I hope that Giants and Origen as well learn from this today and just play scrappy team fights.
Exactly, and now we're going to have to look at how the wins yesterday actually affect the bottom, because the scuffle between the bottom 4 teams in cross-group play is reaching that finale today with Origen taking on Giants. And of course, both teams played on Thursday, a difficult day for both teams for many different reasons. Of course, Giants looking superb in the beginning of game 1 and 2, which ultimately would be remade, and Giants coming out of that day with a loss. Looking a lot better. Jankos yesterday in PGL, though, said, you know, their early game for Giants looks pretty strong. Is that something that the rest of H2K and yourself actually agree with, probably?
Yeah, so this is one of the times where Jankos says something, but really he's just repeating what I say. Because, yeah, I would say Memento's a really good jungler, and he's actually the big driving force behind Giants. And in the meta right now, where it's really like carry jungler focused, junglers set the pace for the early game and mid game. So it's really important that they have this kind of not just caller, but someone who is kind of just good direction in the game. He's kind of always making plays and moving around the map well.
I wonder, out of these 10 players, if anybody else was to be called a shot caller, who would we look at? Maybe on the opposing side. I mean, Peke back in the lineup. It's been a week now. Where do we see Origen going? Because there have been clear improvements.
I mean, we saw some progression. I think they at least were doing some proactive plays. Whether they were all working, no. There was a couple good teleports, but then Peke forced a bit too hard on some plays. But I actually want to change the discussion here. And now that we have a pristine, solid league analytical mind on our desk and probably next to me, probably if you were a coach, of one of these lower tier teams, what would you work on the most? Like, what is like the first 2 weeks entail in terms of coaching?
Well, I would say for me, you would focus on what's going to happen the most, which is every game's going to be early game, like, let's be honest. So that would obviously be my first tackle point, because you would have that every single scrim. And it would pretty much be the point in the game up until maybe like first tower goes down. That's a good, segment that you can section off that and call that the early game. And that's where you just focus on like how teams are communicating. Like, are you guys actually making the like high percentage plays, like ganking lanes with CC or ganking snowball lanes? Pretty easy stuff until people are comfortable with it. And then, section off and move it on like, how do we take down the next tier 2 turrets and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm really interested in this conversation. Luckily, we got some time throughout the day and in PGL later on in the day. I'm being told, though, we're getting closer to Champion Select. So before we get there, I just want to get a few quick predictions. And who do you think is going to win and why?
Oh, it's a tough one. I still think Giants early game, and the fact that they're playing against players in the opposite of their role, kind of who are not much better, that they can actually just snowball as a team. I think Expecke will bring some shot calling, but player for player, I think Giants actually have the edge. Yeah,
I would say like maybe player for player, it's like pretty close, I would say. I am team Nehun for real. He has such an insane losing streak that it reminds me of me a lot.
So, well, he beat it in terms of games. He beat it. He still has the match losing streak, of course.
But now it's his time to have his shortest losing streak, and I want him to do that today.
Pick Ziggs mid?
Yeah, something like that. Something just amazingly meta. But I will give the edge to Giants for sure. I think they'll win it over OG. I think, Memento makes a lot more proactive plays, and when you're playing 2 lower tier teams, like the proactive team, as long as they're not throwing, it's going to have a really big advantage in the match.
Well, analyst has Kavit for Giants. I'm glad I removed myself from predictions because I always get it wrong. So the teams are almost ready for Champion Select. I'm giving over lobby invite rights to the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Stress. Hello, everybody. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry. Joining me today is the spectacularly splendiferous Andrew Vedieste.
I'm blushing, good sir. Thank you very much.
Nice. The makeup's covering up a little bit, luckily. Let's take a look at the rosters. I'm going to try get this right today. Starting on the blue side, winning the coin toss, it's Giants with Flaxish in the top lane, Memento in the jungle, Knight in the mid lane, HQ80C hustling their support, and Coach Lozark returning to stage. Let's see what Giants can do. The analyst desk predicting they'll be victorious.
Well, they're going to have to go through Origen, who will be on the red side of the ref for our first game, with Sartorius in the top lane, Wisdom as their jungler, their mid laner, Nahyun. On AD carry is Tabs, their support, Expecke, and their coach, Lida.
All right, so jumping into picks and bans, reminding everybody that we are on patch 7.4. It is not the patch you are playing live at home. That will come next week. And Oriana disabled for the EULCS for this last series of week 7, for this last series of cross-group play. Let's set up the tone again of what these teams are fighting for. Origen, 2 series losses behind Vitality.
Yep.
All right? So with no wins on the board, Vitality with 2 wins on the board, that's who Origen's trying to catch. Giants, on the other hand, with that very unfortunate situation against Vitality, that means they are 1 series behind Rocket. So let's see who can pick up that win, get themselves closer to 4th place in their group, Vedius.
Yep, the series really did, or the situation really did suck for Giants, but now they have an opportunity to get themselves some points on the board against a struggling Origen. And off the bat, we already see some focus towards Sartorius. That Gragas ban definitely directed towards him. We have seen a lot more resurgence of the Gragas in the jungle. And we've also been seeing a lot of shifts in the red side bans, which is always great to see. Camille has been left open a lot more recently. Rengar's getting through the pick and ban as well.
And despite how well Flaxish played that Shen, running the risk of giving it away to first rotation Origen, maybe something to remove it off the pool. Varus taken away, so what is still up and available? The obvious ones of Rengar and Camille come to mind, but we've been seeing that the Rengar at least slipping through a little bit more frequently over this week.
I think the big pick right now is actually Malzahar. Just as I say it, Origen take it off the board. The Lulu ban indicated to me that Giants wanted to try and prioritize it. Now, Jhin raises in value fairly significantly this early on. Graves is still a pretty powerful pick that's available. Rengar and Camille, as we were just discussing, all very good picks. And Giants have a lot of freedom. The big thing for Origen, though, is that they get themselves 2 big power picks as well. That's the advantage you have of banning away or leaving more of these big picks open.
All right, so in terms of what priority Giants put on the table, it will be a Jace locked in. So we need to keep an eye on how well that's going to perform. Knight has not yet, has played that once this split. Actually, I think played it on Thursday. I'll double check that one in a moment. And Origen, on the other hand, they're going to lock in the Renekton and the Elise with Graves available. Wisdom going back to that pick that he actually had a pretty good showing on. Early game-wise, a lot of ganks, a lot of impact. Wisdom is a jungler that has progressively been trying to make more plays happen, and that's a champion that can enable that.
I like the fact that we are seeing this come out from Origen, the fact that they are trying to take advantage of early leads. When we think back throughout the split, Origen aren't unknown to these early game advantages. They have been able to get them, but then they don't have to translate that into anything. And by bringing Peke in, the hope was that they have that knowledge, that backbone to guide the team in a direction that will enable them to use this early game lead that they're hoping to build with this draft. Now, Giants, they've already indicated that this Nautilus is going to be going up into the top lane with the Karma support. No AD carry has actually been locked in yet. Jhin is still available. A reason for this is actually the high increase in popularity of Ezreal being used as a good pick into the Jhin. And already we're seeing it come out early on for Origen. So now Giants, they may very well shift their priority. I'm thinking over towards an Ashe to set up for engages, good follow-up with the Karma lane as well. A lot of availability.
Yeah, and I mean, that Ezreal was very high priority for Origen against Rocket on Thursday when they were red side, played it both times. With both Jhin and Ezreal available, let's see if it gets banned in ban phase 2, which is where we find ourselves. Nahyun locks in the Rise. Gonna see what he can do on that. 2 games played, and you know, not the greatest performances, but Nahyun is one of these players that is consistently trying to make things happen. That's a champion that can be game-changing, especially with Renekton and Elise.
I think that you add an element of scaling with the Rise. I wonder whether or not Origen are going to try and pick a powerful pushing bottom lane, or whether or not they're going to allow it to be more towards the scaling. The fact that they banned away the Ashe implies to me that they're actually looking towards getting themselves that Ezreal for themselves, trying to force Giants onto this Jhin pick. And on top of that, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Cassio or a Syndra ban come out from Origen next to make sure that Nahyun has a fairly positive lane that he can scale nicely into, and then they can Origen can focus on playing around the top side while they have a good scaling bottom half of the map.
All right, play safe and steady then, right? Mid lane and bottom lane. Alistar was banned away. Peke played that as well to mixed success. Couple of decent engages, but not the greatest. And it will be a Jhin removed from the pool, so not targeting that mid lane. But again, even more raising the value of Ezreal. Maybe that's not the great wording, but what do Giants consider? Do they take Ezreal away? Is it even worth it? Just give away something like Sivir, I suppose?
The thing is, if you take Ezreal away, you're really thinning out the champion pool for AD carries, right? For optimal AD carries. When you've already locked in a Karma for yourself, you really want something that can have the pushing power. So I'm thinking for Giants that they're going to shift towards someone like the Sivir. It would add a lot of value. Fascinating that they've actually decided to ban away the Camille when you think that Origen have already locked in their top laner. You could go towards the support. There's always that possible risk of it for Peke. We saw it work out very well for Mickey on Splice. He actually made a lot of effective plays with it, but still a lot of respect coming out from Giants.
And of course, targeting a player who was a mid laner and who famously was playing a lot of mid lane solo queue before Xpeke returned to Origin. So maybe Giants smell something fishy there that they wanted to get rid of. ADC Ezreal for Tabs, ADC Roll for Hikyu. Playing the Ziggs, I actually forgot about it
Always
as well.
forget about Ziggs,
Yeah.
right? It's that champion that when you think of AD carries, Ziggs is not the first champion that you go to. But this is going to be a very powerful pushing lane for Giants in the bottom lane. They've actually, I like the AP because you have gone with the Jace, who will be going into the mid lane. This was highlighted earlier with the Nautilus going top. So you have a nice balance in terms of damage. But Giants, they're setting up for a fairly solid teamfight composition. You have the option to put the Jace into a side lane, so you have the ability to set up for a 1-3-1 should you want it. But in terms of pushing power, Giants are actually set up for a lot of success. The big one that they're going to struggle with in the top side, which is where I feel Origen need to look to try and set up that early pressure.
All right, so pressure onto Flaxish's Nautilus. Let's see if Wisdom can actually make the ganks work this time around. Last time we played that Elise, he and Sartorius were not necessarily on the same page. If I recall correctly, Sartorius was running a Nautilus top lane, came in for a gank and was unable to kind of get the dredge line to follow up on the Cocoon. So now we need to see Wisdom and Sartorius working together to punish Flaxish. What do you make of this Nami lock-in for Peke? Bit of an old school Ezreal Nami lane. A long time ago.
Very powerful lane, especially in the early levels. You have the ability to go super aggressive onto the Ziggs, who the pushing power very early on for Ziggs isn't really that optimal. It's once he's completed the Lost Chapter where his pushing potential really starts to shine. And so Origen's bottom lane can look to be aggressive in those early levels. That's the small window that they have to try and net some kind of lead before that Ziggs and Karma can get that first back under theirs.
Okay. And that's a lane that has actually been working for Origen. Peke and Tabs have looked better and better every single game they've played and coordinating well. So we've got some interesting team compositions here. Origen with some scaling in the bottom half, maybe with that Ezreal and Ryze. Some early game with Ezreal, Elise and Renekton. Whereas Giants team comp just feels a little bit more well-rounded. They've got some poke, they've got some frontline, peel as well, and some pretty easy engage with Nautilus. Let's see who can use their team compositions better. This is obviously the two bottom teams in their respective groups doing battle for the last time here in cross-group play.
Yep, this is a big match for both these teams, really fighting for survival to try and secure that fourth place spot.
Yeah, fourth place safety, that is what is on the line. And what Giants and Origen want to try and get closer towards. We're loading up onto the Rift for game one in this best of three. It'll be the only series today on Sunday. Extra day.
Now, Quickshot, I know you're excited because your last Origen game was a doozy, one could say.
163 minutes of gameplay in a best of three.
Every shoutcaster's dream, I would argue.
Between Origen and Rocket. And yes, you know, it was interesting. It was very interesting indeed. Origen, the only game they won that series, took 75 minutes, and it was to a lack of sort of mid-game shot calling, many Barons.
And that's why I bring it up, because what we're looking for from Origen is more decisiveness. We want to see better setup. We want to see more planning from Origen, because it feels like they have the ability, especially with their composition, to net themselves an early lead. They have the tools in their kit to set up for success. But what we want to see from them is then their ability to use that possible lead in order to get objectives, move into the base of Giants.
Just make it sound so simple, Vedius.
I do.
Just use your composition to get an advantage. Then after you've got the advantage, press it into the mid-game, then get a good mid-game, and then close out. I mean, look, that sounds clean. We need to see if Origen can do it. And Origen need to try to deal with Giants who, you know, when they played against Vitality, a little bit of a cheeky fight here. And when Giants did play against Vitality, in that game 1 and 2, before the remake, before the series sort of reset in many ways, Giants had a very good early game.
They did.
They were controlling, they were commanding. They outplayed Vitality many ways. And it is just unfortunate that that remake happened. And then obviously the team was unable to bounce back.
And Memento, as an individual, we heard it on the analyst desk, and he's a player that we've been highlighting a lot because of his ability to just be in the right place at the right time. I think back to the Giants vs H2K series where it was always Memento in both games, getting the head start onto Jankos, already being there to get the counter gank, and actually winning out on the 2 versus 2 with the Knight twice in that series. And this guy is someone that is very good at tracking the enemy jungler, and it has a very good understanding of where he needs to be on the map. And when you look at the minimap, we've been talking a lot about this top lane. I wouldn't be surprised to see him make his way up top for a preemptive early gank top.
All right, before we get to the top lane, Xpeke takes a very big trade from the Ziggs Karma lane. Hustle and Hiku continuing to push forward. Taking a glance at the Keystone Masteries. Not seeing anything super surprising here. And Tabs is going to continue farming up. Just trying to apply pressure. Hustling, landing that Soul Flare, and trying to move forward. Catching a quick glance of Sartorius moving into ward, and obviously his lane opponent Flaxish. Flaxish has been playing very, very well in the last couple of weeks, right? He is a guy that was relatively quiet and not one of the biggest performers, but has steadily grown on a team that is struggling, so it's more difficult to shine.
Flaxish, he did have a great game 1 in that series versus Vitality. His Shen was very impactful in what it was able to provide for the team. He actually had a very impressive scoreline with the 0, 1, and 15 on that Shen. And it's just great to see that from an individual who not very many people knew a lot about. I knew him from back when I was casting the UK scene a long time ago. Spent a long time in the amateur scene, and he came in with few expectations, I would argue, an individual who not many people really know what he would bring, and slowly, over time, he is growing more into the role. He is better understanding his role in the team and how he can impact the map at this level of play.
I was keeping my eyes there on Wisdom, sitting with that Krugs. Too low level, too early to dive, especially with all of the summoners available, but looking at the top lane, Memento onto a Renekton early. I guess Memento does have damage from that Graves, but not going to go for it. He also recalls both junglers mirroring one another. Moving into the opponent's jungle and just clearing up camps.
So you can see the Wisdom, he's actually invested a lot of vision towards the bottom half of Giants' jungle because he knows how aggressively both Peke and Tabs are playing. They're pushing, they're overextending, they want to make sure that they're safe, especially with an Infernal Dragon on the board. So Wisdom just providing that support and making sure that they can play as aggressively as they wish.
All right, Hustler and Hiku still being pushed in. 25 CS to 38. Hiku, of course, on the Ziggs needs a couple of levels before that pick really starts to come into its own and is able to deal with the shove. And Wisdom's going to walk straight over this ward. So a couple of pings from Giants onto his position. And I guess now we start to anticipate plays from Wisdom and Memento. Where can they find opportunities? Because every single one of the solo lanes is terrifying. When you look at the CC and how the damage combination can come down. Nautilus plus Graves is very scary, and Memento, he's going to come in behind Tabs here.
He's looking to set up a dive bot, or a gank bot even, but he will get spotted out by that ward that's in the river. Origen, good understanding of knowing where the vision is. They realize, okay, we've lost that ward on the Krugs. We don't actually have a good idea of where the Graves is right now, so let's drop a ward in the river. And now Wisdom, he's looking for a possible dive drop. The problem for Wisdom right now is that Flaxish is a very dangerous individual to dive when he's on this Nautilus. If you are going to be moving to that side of the map, you either want to be pressuring the turret or you want to make sure that Flaxish know enough to guarantee a successful dive. But look at where Memento is. He's reading this play perfectly.
All right, Wisdom, where's the cocoon? There's support from Memento. Wisdom repels up into the air. Sartorius tanking up the turret. Now Origen are running for their lives. Run warp to safety. Nahyun saves Wisdom's life.
Fantastic roam from Nahyun. He realizes that the dive is happening. He moves up to support both the jungler and the top laner of Origen. They see the dive coming. And then he's there with his ultimate ready in case things go wrong. Prepping it in advance.
Look at the cost. Look at the cost. 2 flashes. Wisdom and Sartorius. Nahyun as well. Losing a little bit of pressure in that lane. He'll take some chip damage as Knight is shoving it in. But that's a level of coordination and communication that is now starting to trickle through a little bit more for Origen as the weeks have rolled on since Peke's return.
But you can see why it was a dangerous dive for Origen. At least wanted to try and take advantage of her great early ability to set up these dives. But the problem you have is Nautilus has a lot of crowd control. He was about to hit level 6. And all he needed was a couple of minions to really turn that gank around. And then Memento, just reading the play so effectively, he just came up through the lane. He was like, if Wisdom is going to gank anywhere, it is more likely than not going to be in the top lane. So he just reacts accordingly, and they're able to dissuade that. A very aggressive early dive.
Yeah, very well played by Memento, reading the situation. Looks like he's behind a large amount of CS. It's 20 at the moment. That's around 300 gold. And I think it's interesting that Origen have already farmed themselves up 1,000 gold advantage, plus 20 CS in the top lane, plus 12 in the bot lane. Obviously, Wisdom got a couple of those big monster camps. But it is what you expect from the team composition, isn't it? When you look at some of these lanes and you look at how Giants, they kind of want to scale a little bit more into the mid game.
Renekton is always going to be pushing in against the Nautilus. The Ryze versus Jace is often fairly even, very back and forth. Because you're going into a mage going into a melee, you always have to be careful about trading. Because in extended trades, the reality is that the Jace will be able to do more damage simply because he has more damage on his basic attacks, which Nahyun can't match. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, so aggressive play from Tabs and Peke, really utilizing the early power spike that they have. But now that the Lost Chapter has been complete, you'll start to see Tabs and Peke really struggle to be as aggressive as they wanted to before.
All right, Wisdom actually walks straight over that control ward, eats an accelerated shock blast, and won't be able to kill that one out. Did not control right click, or shift right click rather. Attack move.
Now I like this movement from Memento. Again, reading Wisdom's jungle pathing, realizing that the blue buff is going to be spawning soon. And he's actually able to steal it.
He stole the blue buff?
And it comes back from this ward that Memento had placed down earlier on. Really good setup from Giants, and this is going to make the bottom lane so much more difficult for Origen to deal with.
I did not think that was going to happen, but Wisdom didn't have Smite available, and he just didn't get the burst. The Origen army is out in force, voting for Xpeke and the boys as they get to 10 minutes in the game. That CS advantage, gold advantage, still a little bit relevant, but now with blue buff, Hikyu can just shove with bouncing bombs all day long.
But look at the vision investment from Giants, because they've already identified, we want to make sure that we have control over this Infernal Drake. We have pushing lanes down bottom. Now that Jace has actually picked up the Serrated Dirk, he can start to play more aggressively into the Ryze, and he can keep pushing that Ryze underneath his turret. And Nautilus, he's doing fine. He's staying alive against this Sartorius. They dissuaded that early dive, which means that Giants' next objective is going to be this Infernal Drake.
All right, very cheeky entrance into the pit here for Wisdom.
Wow.
The Spiderlings, though, just walked in. See a warning ping from Giants in the back of the pit, but nobody else is responding. Mega Inferno Bomb is on cooldown, and Knight not actually making a position towards the river. So Wisdom should be able to secure this dragon uncontested. Very, very creative pathing to get around some of the vision, and obviously Memento's going to get spotted out here in the left quadrant. So well played by Origen.
It's actually fascinating how Giants allowed that to happen from Wisdom, because he walked over all of this vision that Giants had through the jungle. They even pinged him out. They identified where he was. Might even moved over to see what he was doing. And Wisdom was still able to steal away the dragon. So Giants just conceding that objective. Rather than try and force a fight, rather than risk fighting this early on, they've just said, for now, we'll just let them have that first Infernal Drake.
Cocoon catches onto Memento. Where's the support? No damage to follow up. Down in the bottom lane, defensive flash from Peke. Gets him out of range of that Mega Inferno Bomb, but he takes another bouncing bomb to the face. And Wisdom just trying to close the distance, I feel, quicker. Didn't manage to make it over the wall.
I love this vision from Giants. They are reading Wisdom so well. Every time he's trying to set up an early gank, he's constantly being spotted out. And this is why Memento has had so much praise, because he is just so good at tracking the enemy jungler. And on Graves, you have to respect that he has a lot of early game damage, especially if you walk near that wall.
Yeah, it's very important to note. We're 12 minutes in, getting to that anyway, and the early game Elise not having any level of impact. Wisdom not having an opportunity. He's been spotted by wards, as you mentioned. His tower drive was thwarted by good play by Memento. But to Wisdom's credit, he has secured a dragon for Origen. Well, Tabs and Peke, I mean, that was a blue buff Ziggs they've got to deal with. And in the mid lane, Knight has got to deal with Nahyun and Wisdom. He's going to be able to just cleanse his way to safety.
You can see the difference that Lost Chapter makes to this matchup, though.
Lost Chapter plus blue.
Yep, that really helps too. The fact that you can just spam bombs all the time. And Ezreal and Nanami really don't have the wave clear to be able to match it. So that tower is going down fast, but now Wisdom is trying to answer the push.
All right, Realm Warp coming out from Nahian. Wisdom's going to look to find some CC. Where's the Cocoon? That was a little bit sloppy. Rune Prison onto Hustlin. He's got underneath the tower, and Hiku running low on mana. Flash for flash. One more auto, maybe all that's needed. The explosive minefield will not get a pop. Mega Inferno Bombs on cooldown. Body block plus summon a heal. And Origen survive by the skin of their teeth.
Giants are able to turn around a gank from Origen as they desperately try to hold on to this tier 1 down in the bottom lane. But thanks to a quick response from Giants, they're now going to be able to get this first objective, and they're going to reclaim control over the gold lead.
Tower first blood goes the way of Giants, and CS advantages now don't mean a thing. Good reactive play here from Giants. They have a team composition that is slightly weaker in the early game, and they're surviving it comfortably, swimmingly, and even with a small advantage in gold.
But it's another thing that we have to highlight, which we've seen multiple times throughout the bottom 4 teams in the LCS, which is the plan is good. The fact that Hiku has no mana, Hustlin doesn't really have the CC to stop the gank from happening. It is a good time from OG to make this roam and force the gank. The problem they have is that Tabs and Xpeke are too low. They've been chunked out from being constantly forced underneath their tower, and the damage from Wisdom and Nahyun combined with their synergy together just wasn't stacked as effectively as they would have liked. So they end up feigning the gank and they end up getting forced back.
And that just means Giants take control of the game. There's a bunch of control wards in Giants' inventory. Giants have had very good vision already. You can still see a couple of those control wards on the mini-map. Now Giants are just going to look to push their vision line forward, play a little more aggressively. And, you know, a running theme over the last couple of weeks is these like high complexity sort of damage style comps, a la Origen, Renekton, Elise, Ryze, etc., versus the tank top laner and the slightly simpler style of play. Tank on front line, find target with CC, kill target. And that's what Giants are going to be very comfortable with because their team comp supports that so well.
The Jace may be a little bit harder to execute in the team comps, but I feel that what we've been seeing from Knight in recent weeks means that he should still be able to succeed with that. And now I like this movement from Giants as they look to push down the mid tower.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Memento uses his ultimate just to try poke out Peke. Tidal Wave is available, but like, how do Origen try to deal with this? They've got Ziggs poke, Karma poke, Jace poke, and they've got to try to defend their tower. Luckily, this time they do, but it is just a matter of time before Giants keep knocking that one over.
And it's really important that we highlight how good the response from Giants was when they stopped that dive happening from Wisdom, because imagine if that gank is successful. The Renekton is able to get the kill down onto Flaxish. Now Flaxish is at such a deficit that he can no longer hold his own against Sartorius. He's now putting all this pressure down on the top side, freeing up Wisdom to help out his bottom lane. It doesn't happen because of a good read from Memento that allows them to get through what should have been a very rough early game into a more stable mid game where the Ziggs can now start to exert all this pressure.
You mentioned the word pressure. Wisdom wants to try put some pressure onto Knight. Let's look for the Cocoon. Very good edge of Knight on Knight. And he's got Cleanse and Flash available. All right, that's at least a spell shield popped. Wisdom still chilling in the bush. Get some s'mores, build a tent. Get a chair. Chill out, bro.
He's been there for a while now. He may have got a book out.
Yeah, he can borrow Ryze's book. Oh, it wouldn't let him, actually. Ryze wouldn't let him read that.
No.
A lot of power, and Wisdom just going to back away. Wasted time. Knight's playing that one very safely. Also had Cleanse, also had Flash. And the optimistic play kind of flounders as now Origen have got themselves a numbers advantage towards the Infernal Drake. Wisdom, oh, Memento, don't walk into the Cocoon. He gets caught out, flashes away, plus the dash and the collateral damage. Tidal Wave is also not going to snipe him out, and Memento survives. First blood still not secured.
We praise Memento and Giants for their immaculate vision control, and then he goes and face checks a brush. Wisdom very quick to punish him for that. They've now forced the jungler back from Giants, which means the Origen are in a better position to go for this objective, but look at the ultimates that have been used. Peke's is down, Tabs is down, and Giants, they're still feeling confident.
Aqua Prison locks nobody in place. Origen, they're going to trigger the Infernal Drake, but there's support coming from the North River. Sartorius and Flaxish making their way in. Dragon's going low. Mega Inferno Bomb. Stolen! Giants get their first Dragon. HeQ is sniping away Origen's objectives.
Giants gets away with the Dragon for free. Wisdom does not appreciate the amount of damage that Ziggs is able to throw out. A very swift steal, but actually look at the goal difference. Origen have managed to claw it back even though they are at a tower deficit. They are still doing very well on an individual basis, especially in the top lane. Sartorius, he's able to hold on to a very solid CS advantage. So even though Giants are playing the map very well and they are netting a lot of these neutral objectives, it is Origen that is still holding on and fighting back.
But when you factor in the headroom of the team composition and some scaling, who do you prefer? I mean, look at what HeQ is doing to Pekka and Tabs. Collateral damage also thrown down from Memento. He's just firing that on cooldown, it feels like.
Thing is, that's going to force them back now. And with Ziggs, you won't be able to stop this tower from going down. There's going to be another neutral objective going in the favor of Giants. And they are playing this slow, methodically, and effectively.
The early game potential from Origen is now well and gone. We're comfortably moving towards mid-game. And it just feels like Giants have kind of been the... I don't have a great word for this, but like sort of like the smarter or the more able to read the state of the game in terms of their decision-making. And that's allowing them to actually pick up this advantage.
But we see this from Giants because they're now not being outclassed by a lot of the other teams in Group A. I mean, we think about it like Misfits, G2, Fnatic. On an individual basis, a lot of Giants' problems have come from the fact that they aren't able to get to this point because of how much they fall behind on an individual level. They struggle, they get outclassed and they get outplayed. But when Giants get through a safe laning phase, when they are free to play their style, this is where you start to see a lot of their strength.
Yeah, and I'm disappointed to not see Wisdom's Elise show up. I had really high hopes when it was locked in. It was a first rotation along with that Renekton. Both of them 0-0-0, and outside of a CS advantage for Sartorius, that duo has not really earned its worth just yet. You know, when you have that high priority on two particular champions, fighting over some vision in River, as you can see, Wisdom, and Sartorius starting to leave the top lane, but Renekton needs to make a play happen before Nautilus becomes more valuable.
Now, what we have to remember for Origen is that Ezreal will still scale well. He have a potent spike in the mid game along with the Rise. Once he's completed the Rod of Ages, once he's upgraded, or once he's got his fully stacked tier and turned it into the Seraph's Embrace, that's when Origen will still have a strong team fighting power. They can set up a 1-3-1 as well. Renekton is always going to be fine in a side lane, and Rise will eventually be able to duel the Jinx. So there's no reason as to why Origen are completely out of the game yet. It's just the Giants have more control of the map, so they're at a better position to set up for these objectives.
All right, so as we see Hustlin and Flaxish looking to combo down Sartorius. Total damage dealt to champions. Hustlin having a great time of it, working in his favor. Sartorius has used the Dominus. There's support coming from Memento as well. And Sartorius clears out the minion wave. Very clever to buy time and to survive. And that means Memento can't get the dive down. Expecia fancies his chances. Getting a little bit of a slow from that Tidecaller's Blessing. And Origen, all right, they're looking to pick up their first tower of the game. It looks like it will be traded. Or maybe this is a 2-for-1, Vedius.
Good movement from Origen. They realized, look, we can't defend that top tower. The Ziggs has moved up there. But what this has done is opened up the mid lane because Knight, he was actually forced back from the aggressive plays of Tabs and Peke, which means that they can now move towards this tower. Then it's going to be difficult for them to close it out now that Giants have been able to respond. But look at what Giants are doing in the top side as well. They've actually decided to push. Now they're going for a dive.
Okay, Realm Warp onto Knight is going to be the target. He's able to flash over the wall. It's Flaxish that gets cocooned. Nahun's running him down. Depth charge buys time. And the Dredge line gets Flaxish to safety. Origen get their tower. It's 21 minutes and no champion has died yet until Peke gets sniped. The collateral damage is huge. Origen get the tower. They lose their captain.
First blood at 21 minutes. What was a very slow, methodical game from Giants. They are now able to finally capitalize on Origen, just overextending a little bit too much to try and get that kill down onto Flaxish. Now Giants, they're in the better position to make the map movement through the mid and very quickly take that tier 2 tower down.
And there we go. Giants once again regain control.
And just look at your minimap. You can see that Giants had a choice between pushing for that tier 2 in the top or trying to go for this collapse. They felt like the Origen would overcommit to this objective. The Mega Inferno Bomb even comes out to clear out the minion wave, and now Giants are in a prime position to get this collapse down. Origen can pass through the river, but Memento has too much damage for Xpeke to be able to get away with his life, and that enables Giants to then very swiftly move through the mid lane.
Yeah, Edge of Night completed for Memento, plus Warrior Enchant, Ghostblade, and Edge of Night for Knight. Lichbane completed for HQ, so also going to be taking down those towers even quicker. And it's a Trinity Force Mirror Mana for Tabs right now. So item spikes continuing to grow, continuing to escalate. And yeah, the game is still relatively even metrics-wise, but it's Giants that have got the advantage.
Now if you're Giants, what you want to do is preferably, you'd actually rather have Knight off down in this bottom lane and putting threat or pressure. Uzi goes in for an exchange.
It does indeed. The cleanse is already used. Knight, no flash available. Nahyun used his exhaust, and this will at least be the tower for Origen. That will be the third of the game. Just one behind Giants.
So the reason why I think it would have been better to have Flaxish up in the top lane was Nautilus is harder to dive. His wave clear is slightly better, and he should be able to hold better in the 1 versus 2, and you really want Giants to be putting pressure on this tier 2 in the bottom lane because the dragon is alive, and preferably you'd want Flaxish to TP in for any kind of dragon play, and so you want to be playing towards an area where Knight is better apt to then quickly respond to the dragon play. So they decided not to do that. They've kept Knight up in the top lane, and I wonder what Giants are going to be able to do to try and push their lead even further, because it becomes a difficult point at this time in the map, right? The map is very open for Giants. Yep. They have to have really good vision control because the pick potential is still very potent from Origen.
Yeah, and I mean, you talked about the dragon. It's 24 minutes into the game, and there's also a Baron on the table. Earlier in the week, Origen got more Barons against Roccat than they have the entire split, right? So in one best of 3, they got 8 Barons and still lost, for the record. 7 Barons all weeks leading up, and Giants with their tanky Nautilus frontline and all of the DPS to back it up, they could look for Baron. Look at the vision. Gonna go for the tower now as Origen are prioritizing that dragon. Looks like Nahyun's gonna buy some time. True Shot Barrage to try clear out the minion wave. And that's gonna be a very good escape from Nahyun. Realm Warp into Hourglass does it safely. Now Nahyun's the target. He gets pulled backwards as the tower goes down. Origen, they're late, they're sloppy, it's messy to the fight. Giants get themselves 2 and a tower, and they're not done yet.
See, now this is why you can keep Knight up in the top lane, because the moment he gets that push on, the collapse from Giants is so swift that they may be able to take an inhibitor right now.
Xpeke gets caught by the anchor, pulled into the Giant squad. Defensive dash away from Tabs as that Arcane Shift buys him a few seconds, and a clean inhibitor for Giants.
I love this play from Giants. They knew exactly how they were going to punish Origen. Wisdom, he moved towards the dragon. There was a ward in the pit from Giants, recognizing, okay, Wisdom started that dragon, we can guarantee a numbers advantage. Flaxish, just push out the bottom lane, send your TP up top. And look, you can see the setup has come. PQ and Helsling, they pushed out mid, they started making that rotation through the jungle, and there's no way in which Origen are going to be able to defend this because it's 5 versus 2. The response from Origen just is not fast enough. And once they're able to take Nahyun out of the fight, then it's just easy pickings to the rest of Giants.
Yeah, did that tidal wave also fall short, it looked like? Didn't find its target for Xpeke, and this Nami pick as well, not paying off. I mean, the champions that are having limited to no impact right now are Renekton, Elise, and Nami. 25 minutes in, no kills for Origen. They're now 3,000 gold down. They've got supers to deal with in the top lane. And Giants can just play this one safe.
The thing is now, if you're Giants, all you have to do is you can put Knight or Flaxish in the middle lane. You send your tower sieging duo anywhere that you want, and it becomes super easy for them to just take down turrets. As now Knight in a 1v1.
Well, it's going to be a 3-on-1 against Sartorius. Redemption's going to buy a little bit of time here to heal up Knight's life. And Sartorius continues to run away. Look at the minion wave being cleared out by True Shot Barrage. And Origen, they're going for Baron.
Sartorius is just buying time. Look, there are 2-3 members of Giants still in the bottom half of the map. Flaxish, he's going to face check.
Okay, Pekka and Flaxish, they're trading as Nahyun and Tabs come into support. Memento's caught between a Nahyun and a Wisdom. Overload after overload. Repel from Wisdom. Sinks his fangs into the venomous bite. Memento finally goes down. Origen get their first kill of the day. And Knight and Flaxish running out. Sartorius, no Dominus available to him. Gets a slice and not going to be able to follow up with the dice. Nahyun is there for support. 5-on-4. Knight landing those shock blasts, though, melting Origen's health bars.
Giants still have a lot of damage if they want to commit to the fight, but it is very risky. Knight, he's alone.
He's up for a moment. And now Giants have been able to back up. Oh, there we go. Right between the uprights. Flash forward, hammer backwards. Nahyun goes golden. Con realm warp to safety this time. And Nahyun is killed in reply. Origen now have to defend. It is a 4-on-4 for a few seconds longer. Memento has spawned and is now making his way back towards the engage. And on the bottom lane, look at this. Hikyu and Hustlin, they're looking for the tower.
So it's Giants that will overall be the team that comes out ahead. The play from Origen was smart. They realized, look, if we go for a ban right now, we could end up losing the game. So instead of committing to the ban, let's just bait it. Let's allow Sartorius to buy time. Giants will think we're doing it. They will come and face check, and we'll get ourselves a pick. The problem is, Origen couldn't properly decide who they wanted to focus down because you had Memento coming in one way, Flaxis coming in the other. It wasn't as properly set up as they would have liked, but they're still able to get the kill onto Memento. And this is where things start to look promising for Origen because the play itself is great. If you take out the jungler, now you're in a prime position to maybe move back towards the Baron, try and force this objective. But now just look at your minimap. You can see Ziggs is on his way back towards the fight. Origen, they want to try and get something, maybe some kind of a collapse with Sartorius coming in from the flank. But this is where things start to overcommit from Origen because they think, okay, now we're in a bit of trouble. There's still a lot of damage from Giants, and they end up giving up Nahyun as well as giving up that tier 2 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it ends up being problematic for Origen. And this is going to be even more problematic. Sartorius will get cut down. Oops. Kill secured by Knight, and all of a sudden, it's a 5-on-4 Mega Inferno Bomb. Forces Pekka and Tabs away. Tidal Wave was used. True Shot Barrage is on cooldown, and Tabs eats another accelerated Shock Blast. Pekka gets sent back to the fountain, and another inhibitor's going to fall. Giants, they may not even need Baron. They're looking at the Nexus turrets.
Giants with a convincing game are looking to try and end things here and now.
Nexus turret 1 and 2 are down. Origen, they are routed. They cannot defend their base, and Giants take down Origen 1-0.
That was a very clean game from Giants. They played out the early game beautifully. They reacted very, very nicely to the early pressure that Wisdom was trying to set up. I felt like the Memento just read Wisdom like a book.
Yeah.
He knew exactly what was going to happen. He knew exactly what the next chapter was coming. Spoilers throughout, as he was just able to prevent all of the early advantages that Origen tried to gain.
As a team, Giants felt like they just understood everything Origen was trying to do.
Yep.
And unfortunately for Origen, that Renekton Elise, the first rotation draft, didn't pay off. I did not see anything from Sartorius' Renekton that made me feel like he was going to be a game-impacting champion, unfortunately.
It was very unfortunate, but nothing but praise I have for Giants because they really did play that exceptionally well. I was very impressed with the way in which they utilized the Ziggs, the way in which they took advantage of power spikes, the pressure they set up in the bottom lane, their response to the gank that happened down bottom. Just fantastic play all throughout from this Giants squad.
And shame on us for forgetting that Ziggs was an ADC as well. Hikyu has played it actually once before coming into today. We were talking about like what champions are available because there was so many banned out.
Yep.
And Hikyu not only steals blue, steals dragon, knocked over almost all of the towers for Giants. Like it felt like such an impactful champion for the Giants squad.
And they tried to take advantage of it. That early levels 1 to 6 before the Ziggs could get his lost chapter, you could see there's actually a pretty big CS advantage for Tabs, for Expected down the bottom lane. But then again, they couldn't use that Elise to try and set up a drive, try and snowball that advantage into anything further.
Now, Verius, in the game, you had a storyline where you were talking about how Giants have struggled sort of individually against some of the other teams in their group. They just seem to outclass Origen on individual as a team level. So, like, what does Origen do? You know, looking at that game, how their game plan didn't get enacted, they appeared to be outclassed. How do Origen come back on stage?
I think that you just draft as simply as possible. Aim to get pushing lanes. You already had the Renekton up top. Don't try and get an early focus jungler. Get more of a scaling one. Just go for a composition that doesn't rely so much on getting an early advantage so that you can just play it out safe and hopefully get those mid-game team fights.
We'll find out what Origen do a little bit later. For now, though, Game 1 is locked into the books. Let's send it over to the analyst desk for a closer look at how it went down.
Thanks, Trevor. Yeah, let's take another look at that game. I mean, Giants coming out with a win. in quite a fast, paced game in the end of all things. Not a lot of kills overall, but there was a lot in this game, back and forth on some of the vision control that we want to touch on. And I want to revisit the discussion that you two were having earlier about how do you coach one of these teams that's further down the standings. And I think that's kind of the way we want to take this segment. So vision is kind of the name of the game?
I think it's vision. It's also kind of learning how to press your advantages. During the game, probably we were having a discussion. If you play Nami Ezreal into Ziggs Karma, we didn't really like the approach that we're taking in bottom lane.
Yeah, there's just a couple of things that it's kind of, I don't know how to put it. It's like you have to agree to do it together for it to work.
You had a very good way of putting it during the game. You said there were a lot of singular plays, that people aren't working as a team.
Yeah, and this is Crepo probably coaching. So this is combined efforts to make this kind of system work.
But you can see some examples, right? Like Origen, they draft like very heavy on the top side, so they have the Elise Renekton, they can dive there. And then they have a bot lane that is technically supposed to be a lane counter because they pick support second. But if you pick Ezreal Nami, which is like slow sustain and kind of deal with it lane, and you get an elite early, like Pekka had a 20 CS lead, why would you buy a tier? Just buy a Sheen, brute force, and try and all in the Ziggs. Like multiple moments, if you flash forward and exhaust the Ziggs, you can kill and push him out of lane. If you play tier, all you do is you lose super gracefully, but that opens up the map, and we saw eventually Giants kind of start snowballing with the push, with the Ziggs and the Karma.
Yeah, I think to beat the Ziggs, it's why it's so potent in solo queue. It's because it really requires teamwork to kind of beat it. You don't get to make these solo plays. So I think maybe this is part of the, Peke's coming in as support, and there's not like that synergy where they agree on how to play the lane. So they take like the passive approach, where they take the tier and the call, and they slowly lose their turret.
Origen weren't the only team making those singular plays, though. I know you two wanted to highlight Giants and some aspects in this game that could have been better teamwork. Yeah,
definitely they're doing something right here, and it definitely, it looks okay, right? Probably they go in for deep vision, but this can be so much better.
Yeah, this is like how you want to play the map, right? You get pressure, so you go and get deep vision, and this is kind of like the structured play of, competitive. But when you can see here, like they ward really, really shallow, and it's not really maybe a vision control problem, but it's like a trust problem because Karma can't go that deep by herself. So she has to just go in and be like, yo, Graves, I'm gonna deep ward, you gotta come with me. And Graves will go with her. But this is kind of where the bottom tier teams won't have this trust built in, and they'll make these like solo plays where Karma just wards by herself. And then it leaves the map kind of open where it's not all like...
And right after, Hustlin is pathing to the bottom side to kind of go help the Jace here with the empty side stone, so the vision isn't like accelerating. Probably you were also talking about how they're kind of playing around the wrong side of the map. Like we'll see a dragon play here evolve, but right there, if you're Giants, the deep vision on red side actually doesn't really accomplish much because to unlock the team comp right now, you need to get a Jace out of the bottom lane.
I mean, maybe they're playing that like AP Nautilus and they're gonna like one-shot Renekton, so they really want AP Nautilus to be safe, but they're playing the tank Nautilus with all this like beautiful vision that he can't really do much because Renekton will push him anyways. So yeah, it's kind of, you push and want that vision for sure, but now where do you want the vision? Like you need to make sure you know where it is and not just do it because you hear people say it.
And just to summarize for viewers that are maybe like newer to this concept, if you have deep vision, you want to have it in a lane next to where the objective is, right? So like that vision, say it was placed like correctly in the jungle, which would be like the brush above Raptors, a little deeper next to red buff. If you had the faith from your jungler to place it, then you could start attacking tier 1 tower top. But because the matchup is so Renekton favored and he will clear, it's actually on the wrong side of the map. So the vision should actually then move to the bottom side, and you need to get this Jace out of that lane, and that's what the Karma was trying to do, is like, Oni, I need to help my top laner, but I have no vision, I have no ward. So like, on paper, it looks like, okay, they got some deep vision, but in essence, it was placed wrong because they don't trust each other, and it wasn't placed deep enough, nor placed at the right side, so you feel like you did something right, but you're actually blocking a lot of improvement there for Giants.
Yeah, and that's a lot of those areas of improvements that we're expecting to see more and more from teams as, coaching staff becomes more of a thing and breaking down plays like that. I mean, we've just got the word Origen are going to be on blue side for game 2, so we're going to have to see how Origen can kind of bounce back, see if they can tie up this series, because we actually just wasted our TP, so we're going to have to wait 3.5 minutes before we group up for our next objective. It's going to be game 2 between Origen and Roccat.
Support
support from Memento. Wisdom repels up into the air. Sartorius tanking up the turret. Now Origen are running for their lives. Realm Warp to safety. Nahyun saves Wisdom's life, making their way in. Dragons going low. Leg in front of them. Stolen! Giants get their first dragon.
Next time, do the Drake. Don't farm camps. Do Drake.
21 minutes and no champion has died yet until Peke gets sniped. Realm Warp into Hourglass does it safely. Now Nahyun's the target. He gets pulled backwards as the tower goes down. Origen, they're late. They're sloppy. It's messy to the fight. Nexus turret 1 and 2 are down Origen. They are routed. They cannot defend their base. And Giants take down Origen 1-0. And welcome back to European LCS, where the second game between Origen and Giants is about to begin. But, ladies and gentlemen, before we get to picks and bans, Vedius, we need to look forward. We need to look at what Origen are fighting for. Origen, they need wins. They're struggling to find wins. They're desperate to get out of 5th place because on the horizon, Origen find themselves with 1 foot inside the Schalke tank. That's right, Schalke play Misfits Academy next Sunday. in the EUCS semifinals. And if Schalke take down Misfits Academy, they are the most likely team to beat a number 5 LCS squad.
Schalke have looked dominant, going undefeated. The first team to go undefeated in the European Challenger Series. And they are keeping their eyes on this series in particular. They're looking at who their targets will be moving forward into the promotion tournament.
The man on your screen, Xpeke, and the Origen squad. Will they be inside the Schalke tank in promotion tournament? Those are questions that we will be answering in the next few weeks. Origen are down 0-1 against Giants. They got outclassed, right, by a Giants squad. They have selected blue side for game number 2. So, Vedius, what do you anticipate in picks and bans?
Well, we talked about how we want to just see pushing lanes for Origen. We want to have safe stuff with which it doesn't matter if they get outclassed because they can still scale up, they can still hold their own. Wave clear is the name of the game for Origen, and that's what I like to see them shift more towards.
All right, wave clear, name of the game. Pushing lanes was something you mentioned earlier as well. So let's take a look what Origen can do. Ryzen Zyra has been banned out from Origen's side. Giants, they've removed LeBlanc. Looking at the previous games, Gragas, Shen, Lulu, those were all options as well. Varus. So again, nothing super surprising here.
Interesting that we've actually seen the Zyra ban coming out from Origen now. This is something that Hustlin has put a lot of value on in the past, but the fact that they would look to try and take it off the board is quite interesting, simply because we didn't really see any focus on it in the previous game. There was no real direction towards that from the side of Origen. And it didn't really look like Giants wanted to prioritize it either. It will leave champions like the Jace is available. And last game we saw a Malzahar ban as well. Lulu was actually taken off the board from Giants, taken away from Peke. And it's not really a surprise that Giants are looking to ban away the Malzahar once again, simply because it is such a powerful pick, but it will also free up Sartorius' power pick.
Yeah, there we go. Insta-lock on that Gragas. No hesitation from Origen, but this does give Fluxish the opportunity to look for a counter, look for something to run into that in the top lane, and looking through Fluxish's champions, he's got a few carries in there as well. Has played the Kennen. Hell, he's even played a Rumble a couple of weeks back. Riven, rather, a couple of weeks back. Not the greatest success on that one, though. Where did Giants go in their first rotation?
I want to guess Shen, maybe.
Okay, okay, well spotted, well spotted.
I feel like if you're Giants here, you could look to get an early value on either jungle and AD carry. We've seen that neither of these teams really put a huge amount of value on Jin. He was banned away in the second half of the draft from Origen. Now, Giants could look to get that now. They could get themselves the Graves, but there are a number of junglers available. I wonder if Memento maybe wants to get his hands on the Elise. Maybe they want to go for an early jungle path. Maybe just stick to what works.
Yeah, I mean, the Graves in the previous game was so successful for Giants, and with the Shen locked in, if Giants have a similar sort of mid to late game, have a similar sort of strategy / macro style of play, Shen is going to help them out so much. Anytime they even potentially make a mistake, could come to their safety. Wisdom going to move away from Elise this time around, locking in the Lee Sin. Going to try to carry as best he can. That's the first time he's playing Lee Sin this split in EULCS.
Now, Wisdom, I remember back to the Challenger Series when he used to play for Misfits. He wasn't really known for these early aggressive junglers. Champions like Rek'Sai and Gragas were more his style, but when he needed to be that guy that can set up his laners for success, he would shift back to these early style junglers like the Elise, where he actually had a lot of success. So now in game 1, he didn't quite have that level of success, but now he's trying once again. He still feels confident enough that he can match the early pressure that Memento has exerted, and not only game 1 but also in previous series. And perhaps it's what Origen needs, but it's difficult to say because I feel like we talked a lot about it in game 1, where Giants at the moment are just straight up outclassing Origen on an individual level. Will Wisdom really be able to get that early advantage, given that he struggled to do so in game 1?
Yeah, and I mean, that's also, you know, sort of thinking and feeling that game 1 performance maybe dictates the rest of the series. There's big smiles here on the Origen faces with the Cogmore ban from Giants.
Now, the reason for that is because recently in solo queue, a big duo is actually been Kog'Maw and Lulu. Remember back to the old protect the Kog'Maw days, or when you have someone like a Gragas, you're also setting up for that direction where you put all your emphasis on getting this Kog'Maw fed, and it is actually something that Tabs has brought out in the past. So they wanted to make sure that he didn't get his hands on it. Giants doing their research and being aware of, no, we're not letting you have that today.
Yeah, old school style, protect the Cog comp. Two old school players, Tabs and Peke, been around for many, many years, and another bottom lane ban removed from the pool, Karma. Interesting seeing the Nautilus ban that is targeted towards Hustlin. Hustlin's actual second most played champion was that Nautilus support. That means he's going to need to look somewhere else to combo with Hiku's gen.
Now, I actually quite like Nami into Lulu, because the reasons why not Lulu's able to get a push in lane is because of how aggressively she can trade. During the laning phase, she can actually just walk up, put a shield on top of herself, and use picks to often outtrade a lot of the enemy supports and just exert a lot of pressure. But when you have Nami, who is also pretty potent at early game trading, the actual wave clear isn't that significant. The big determining factor is actually going to be the Ziggs that will really be able to push a lot. But again, aggressive bottom lane with the Nami Jhin, they should be able to trade very effectively during the early levels.
Okay, well, keep an eye on how that works out. Knight had a number of options available to him. Syndra was up and open and decides to go for the Ahri, an aggressive pick here for Knight. And maybe going to go to these assassins that he's been picking up a little bit more frequently in recent weeks. Knight starting to regain some of the impact, high impact style of play that he had last year, that made him look so good in the 2016 season.
Something that I noticed last week was that Memento seemed to be playing a little bit more towards Knight when he was playing these assassin champions. When Knight was on this Ahri, a lot of emphasis came out from Memento onto making sure that Knight was getting ahead, that he was having a comfortable laning phase. And Ahri, during the early stage, often does struggle because her wave clear isn't the strongest. She's actually very mana dependent. But once she gets that lost chapter, it's a very similar story to the Ziggs, where she can have a lot more pressure during the laning phase.
Well, I'm looking at these team compositions, Vedius, and there was a couple things that Analyst Desk and you mentioned about looking forward towards draft and looking to these team comps. Pushing lanes, simpler team comp to execute, slightly easier style. I mean, Jace mid lane, Ziggs, Lulu bottom lane. Tanky front line on a comfort pick for Sartorius and Gragas. Like, in my mind, Origen have done in the draft what we were looking for.
They have. You have the great wave clear with the Gragas. Jace is absolutely fine into the Ahri. In terms of the ability to push early on, Ziggs Lulu, very well known for being a potent pushing lane. And so while very early on, Giants may be able to claw a few advantages given that Shen trades pretty well and Jhin Nami is pretty powerful, Origen have done very much of what we wanted to see from them. And their ability, they shouldn't fall behind too much in the early game as well, because you have Wisdom on this Elise, who should win out on a lot of these early skirmishes that Origen, if they choose to, can set up for.
Yeah, if they choose to. Origen didn't choose to set up many skirmishes in game number 1. They are 0-1 down in the series against Giants as we load up onto the Rift for what could be the last time here in Week 7, here in cross-group play, here in Berlin, Germany. Let's do a flyby of the Rift and see Giants grouping up just in front of Wisdom. I don't anticipate Wisdom walking forward, though.
The reason why you do this for Giants is because recently you've been seeing a lot more teams try and dissuade junglers from starting at these Raptors, right? So if you get that early ward in, you can actually, you can better set up for where the enemy jungler is, where they're starting. And so if you're Origen, you want to see if Memento is soloing those Raptors so that you can try and interrupt, try and deny them some of that farm. And by having the entire Giants group there, you're preparing, you're setting up to punish the early invade from Origen as they try and get that vision down.
Yeah, it didn't work out. And of course, in the previous game, it was Giants that was trying to harass Origen in the Raptor camp. We've now swapped sides. Origen on the blue side with some advanced pushing. Looking at Tabs and Peke, cheekily advanced all the way up in lane. And we'll see what sort of damage they can get down to Hiku and Hustlin.
Look at the positioning of Knight. He's reading the play, this ward from Giants. They're expecting OG to try and interrupt these Raptors. And if OG can just steal away some of this experience, it'll actually be very valuable for Origen. But now you actually get this collapse down onto Sartorius.
All right, Flaxish going to continue to chase forward. Body slam from Sartorius. So that means he started at the E. Maybe that could make the early levels a little annoying, but this isn't going to be the most explosive of top lane matchups for now. Gragas and Shen.
What are you talking about? He has an ability literally called the Exploding Barrel.
Explosive cask.
Flask, barrel.
And it will be a while before he can use that one.
That's true.
So I'm gonna go on the matter of time before Gragas has access to his level 6. Down in the bottom lane, Hiku and Hustlin gonna be going toe-to-toe with Tabs and Peke. So you've touched on some of the lane matchup with the Lulu and the Nami in Picks and Bans. Tabs gets a very good satchel charge. Hiku's going low, forced backwards and fires his 4th and final bullet. But he's got boots as well as 3 cookies, and he's got an army to heal him up. So Hiku should be just fine.
Yep, he's built purely for sustain. He knows that the harass from these two in particular is very strong. The sustain from Nami will help out a lot, but you just have to concede the lane. You have to realize that even if you can trade pretty effectively early on, you will not be able to match this push. You do not have that same level of wave clear. So just build towards getting through it as safely as possible. So bot lane will push, mid lane will push because it is very difficult for Ari to trade with anyone early on unless the enemy mid laner walks into a charm. But Ari really doesn't have a huge amount of damage. The biggest issue that she has is that her mana costs are so high. It costs about 60 mana at level 1 to use her Q, and she only has 330 mana in her pool, which means she only gets about 5 Qs off, and that'll only clear a minion wave and a half, which really isn't ideal, which is where a lot of the early struggles come from, which is why the Lost Chapter is such a valuable item on it. Okay,
so first back timing and itemization for Knight. That's what we're looking forward. You mentioned jungle proximity for Knight and Memento, and how, you know, it feels like Memento might be spending a little bit more time with him. In game 1, Knight's jungle proximity was actually very low in the mid lane. It was 11.2% versus the league average of 17%. And that is the amount of time that Memento spends within 1500 range of Knight, between 3 and 15 minutes. So Knight had a great performance on Jace without support is the summary of that story. Very good showing.
Somewhat what you'd expect from Knight, given that his impact on the game wasn't really what we were looking at. It was the Ziggs bottom lane from Giants, where all of the focus really was, and because they were able to have such an impact in the bottom lane, they were able to get that first tower bot, they were able to transition that throughout the rest of the map, and that's really where things started to snowball in favor of Giants. And Origen can look to do the same thing. Now the question is, can Memento prevent this snowball coming out from bottom lane?
Okay, looking at bottom lane, where does the snowball start? Xpeke is able to sidestep the flourish, so nothing becomes deadly. There was a ward in the river that Wisdom actually just put another one on top of. One of the other reasons Giants had such a good game 1, their vision control, their vision superiority. And that ward that Wisdom just dashed to was right on top of a Giants ward that revealed him going into the jungle. So Giants had full information Wisdom was there, could react appropriately, could react safely, and were not at risk of being jumped on.
Yep, one of the things that we did praise Memento for was his ability to track Wisdom throughout the map, prevented a lot of the early ganks that he tried to set up for. And you can see him right now setting up towards the bottom half of the map. Infernal Dragon is on the board. Will be a nice early objective to get your hands on. But this is also a movement from Memento because he realizes that the Raptors are spawning again, and he wants to deny this experience from Wisdom. And it's interesting, actually, that right now Nahyun is struggling whether or not he wants to move in to try and help his jungler, and it looks like he is going to come and get the collapse.
Trying to steal away those Raptor camps. Here comes Hiku and Hustlin. Aqua Prison needs to be good, not going to get thrown. Hustlin doesn't need it. Memento's just able to quick draw over the wall.
But they will save the Raptor camps, or at least most part of it, so Wisdom won't lose too much in terms of experience. And we actually see Knight making a bit of a cheeky movement, just getting a bit of vision down.
The sight of a control ward, obviously.
Feels bad, man.
Yeah, really does. But not the end of the world. Giants will be able to just replace that ward in the not too distant time frame. But yet, you know, to talk about that previous game, Origen had a team comp that Giants had a team comp that needed to scale a little bit. They needed to buy some time. They needed to survive the early game. And Origen's Renekton at least didn't do anything. So to like sort of clarify that, from 20 minutes until the end of the game, Giants took 10 towers. Like that really clarifies how they just neutralized and evened out the game.
Yep.
And then just knocked everything over like dominoes once their composition was activated.
Yep. It's the power of Ziggs, man. And this time, Giants have actually shifted more towards a 1-3-1 comp, right? So you can have the Shen go off into a side lane and often you'll hear people say like Shen outscales the tanks in terms of side lane, and that's because of his power to duel, his ability to win out in 1v1 scenarios once you get to that split pushing point. And Ari is very strong in a 1v1 scenario, especially against a Jace that actually is running Ignite, which I think is a little bit greedy against especially Ari being played on by Knight. So moving into the late stages, Giants, if they're able to get an even slight advantage, it's going to be difficult for Origen to be able to deal with both the side lane pressure that will be coming out from Giants. The advantage for Origen is that if Giants don't manage their waves properly, Tabs will just walk up, take your tower, and leave.
Yeah. Well, that's what Tabs wants to do. He's got that Lost Chapter, so he's going to be able to push. Lost Chapter picked up for Knight as well. It's here for Nahyun, and Nahyun with that Flash Ignite. Maybe a little greedy, maybe a little aggressive, but he is in a 3-game losing streak and wants to try and cut that one short before it gets to any other records. And Wisdom's going to use that Dragon's Rage kick to buy some time. First Blood easily picked up by Knight. Flaxish's stand united just gets the assist and punishing Wisdom for vision.
Wisdom, he wanted to try and steal away the Raptor camp. It's a very similar play to what Memento did. But when Memento did it, he was able to get away because his bottom lane came up to provide support, and Knight was in a position to support him. But this time, Nahyun was being pushed underneath by Knight, given that he now has the Lost Chapter.
Oof. A lot of damage from Tabs and Peke. They're onto Hiku's Jhin, despite being caught out by a deadly flourish and a bubble. But yeah, just...
But look at the minimap. You can see that Knight gets the inside path. It's Shen who, again, has the inside path and is level 6 and has the ultimate up as well. It was just... This is a misplay from Wisdom. He shouldn't have been trying to invade when you do not have the adequate support in order to make that kind of a play.
Yeah, it was going to be a 3-on-2 best case scenario even without the Shen, without a teleport, and Origen just give up first blood much earlier. Game 1 was around 21-ish minutes. The game ended at 28 minutes. So, you know, 20 minutes of going even for Giants and then just straight up outplaying Origen. And this is where things start to feel dire. After that game, after giving up first blood, 10 minutes in, and Giants, again, starting off in a very similar manner. With a team comp that's going to be very comfortable once we get to this mid-game.
I think the big thing is the fact that Knight got himself the kill. That's really going to propel him above Nahyun, which just better sets up for the split push. And now he's in an unwarded bush.
Take a look at that. Orbital Deception onto Nahyun. Spur Rush will be available very soon. Hiku gets tagged out, gets a kill onto Wisdom. Giants get the Dragon as well. And Origen, just not on the same page.
It just comes back to setup once again. Origen think that, hey, we're fine to get this Dragon. Giants won't be able to punish us. Origen were even in a good position because Memento had just gone back to base. Their jungle wasn't even there. The threat of a smite was not relevant, but it wasn't the entire Origen lineup that was committing to that Dragon. It was not Origen as a team saying, let us all together take this objective as friends and then secure this advantage over Giants. And then because they're all rolling solo, because they're all on an individual, they just get an easy collapse. Like, look at the positioning. This ward and this TP is zoning the bottom lane from Origen. Nahyun is getting zoned from Tabs. Wisdom is in a 1v1 against the Dragon. And then with Hiku, he has enough damage to be able to get the kill down onto him. Combined with Flaxish, it's just, again, it's the setup from Origen.
And instantaneous teleport from Flaxish. Threat, there's a problem. Sartorius, either hesitation or the communication, whatever the reasoning, we can't be sure, but did not start that teleport. And we'll continue that in a second as Wisdom and Memento could start to fight. Looking at the minimap, there's some support from Knight in the river. It was a little while away, and that bomb, I think, bounced right over Memento's head. It was flying into open space in the river. So Giants plus 400 gold, plus Infernal, plus in kills. Flaxish still losing in CS to Sartorius, but he's had much bigger impact with the TP and with the Stand United.
Now look at this. This is how you invade, right? Memento, he has good vision over Wisdom's jungle. Knight has the push in mid, which means it's easier for him to come in for the collapse. And while Wisdom still smites away the Raptors, the execution itself is the way in which you want to be doing these things.
All right, Peke is able to sidestep a couple of those Giant skill shots. Battling over ward vision here in the tri-bush. Both of them going to get one down, but it's a control ward for Origen. So they will retain vision control at that part of the map.
So now it's okay that Wisdom is the one that's falling behind, because while on Lee Sin you really do want to be having an early game impact, he still has value in the mid to late game and what he can bring in team fights. He has a lot of decent peel, his kick can be game changing even if he is behind. You do not need items to be able to get a successful kickoff, right? As long as he lands it onto someone like Hiku to interrupt his ultimate or knock him into the warm embrace of Sartorius, he can still make those kind of plays, and the mid lane is still going fine for Nahyun. Tabs, he's still farming well. The top lane, Sartorius even has an advantage. So while the early game may be going in favor of Giants, Origen is still on path towards a good mid-game spike.
Yeah, and having the tools to do so, but being able to use them. And I think when you look at like a Jhin and an Nami, it gets amplified even more, right? Low mobility on those champions, and as long as Wisdom can find a way to get Hiku or Hustling kicked into the team, there's loads of damage to follow up with the Jace, with the Ziggs. And looking at the vision from Giants, Control Ward, Wisdom will spot this one out. And we'll be able to clear it out. Looking at the minimap, there's no support as Giants. They're applying pressure on the bottom tower. And it looks like they'll get a lot of damage down. Hustling, Tidal Wave is available. Let's see if he throws it down. Yes, he does. Peke becomes the target. Easily donated to Hiku. Shots 2 and 3. Follow up. The 4th is dodged as Knight is going to dash away to safety. Flashes the bomb. Giants get themselves 2 kills. And maybe even the tower. There's a minion wave making its way down, but it feels like Giants should have the advantage if they stick around.
All 5 members of Giants are in the bottom lane. OG, they read the play. They responded by trying to back off. They thought that they should be able to get away from this, but then they don't respect the positioning of Knight. Now Origen, they will be able to return by getting that first tower down up in the top lane. And Nahyun had already started his push mid. Knight spent a long time not only making that map movement but also in the actual execution of the play. So OG will still return with 2 towers in kind. But just have a look at the minimap. You can see Knight, he's already made his way down. Memento is following up, and Origen just think that because they don't have enough vision in their own jungle, the Hustling is just being over-aggressive. They don't read the play effectively enough. I mean, you can see that Peke still has his flash, so they're not expecting the collapse at all. And while it does result in a tower in the bottom lane as well as a few kills for Giants, the map gain is actually in favor of Origen.
Okay, so a few kills to Giants, but as you mentioned, 2 towers to 1 and tower first blood keeps Origen in this particular game. Peke, this is so tense. Taking the blast cone over the wall, and now Tabs is the target. No flash available to him. The Mentor's looking to get the kill. Satchel charge buys some time. Wild growth onto Wisdom. Slows down Knight. He goes down. Tabs will get killed by Flaxish. It's a 1-for-1 until Hustling is killed. Nahyun puts the hammer down. Flashes forward. Kicks Hiku backwards, and it's a double kill for Nahyun.
Origen with a swift response to the collapse from Giants. They get themselves 4 very quick kills. This is exactly what we were talking about, quick shot. Even though Wisdom was put behind, the laners of Origen were still doing well. They were still holding on to a pretty significant gold advantage. And look at Origen getting all those kills. It's going to do wonders for this game moving forward.
Yeah, really well played by Origen. They've got all access to Giants jungle. And that was the decisive style, the decisive play we did not see. It was countered by Giants in game number 1. And of course, Origen, even though they had the champions that could have done so, were unable to do. So, big advantage to Origen, plus 2,000 gold. This is going to give them a breath of life. Flaxish is going to be surrounded by Origen. Dragon's Rage is not available for Wisdom's Lee Sin, and a defensive Tidal Wave will at least split off any follow-up. Infernal Drake has spawned in the meantime, and currently, Giants have vision superiority.
But Origen, a lot of their ultimates are coming back available, and while Giants may be starting this one off, I don't know if they will be able to get themselves for free. Look, it's only 2 members in the river. Origen, they want to try and contest.
Tidal Wave not available to Hustler. He just used it. Where's the curtain call and Stand United? Knight and Hiku, they're waiting in the flanks. There is some vision. Wisdom gets spotted out. Stand United onto Knight. The barrel actually saves Knight's life, and Wisdom moves away to safety. Dragon picked up to Giants. Peke is going to be able to get out of range of the curtain call. So some investment in late game. Double Infernal, but Giants need to get there.
But look at the goal lead in favor of Origen. This was a very even game with Giants appearing to have good early control, but it was then Origen that has now quickly swung this in their favor. Now, the play from Giants was very telegraphed. They wanted to try and punish Tabs, who has no summoner spells. This time, the Sartorius TP was instant. Wisdom comes in with a fantastic kick to prevent Ari from really utilizing the mobility that she gets from her ultimate, and it is Giants that are now not in the correct position to be able to respond. Nahyun had the inside path. He had some big items completed with the Ghost Blade, and he had more than enough damage to be able to swing this fight in Origen's favor.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Origen, couldn't make it work. Huston takes a gigantic shock blast to the face. Ghost Blade plus Hex Drinker completed for Nahyun. Looking at some of the other items, Spurred Visages of both of the tanky top laners. Sartorius making his way towards that Iceborne Gauntlet. With his Sheen picked up and Hikyu Ghost Blade into BF Sword. So still a lot of damage to be gained on both sides. Giants are grouping up. They've only got one tower to Origen's 3. And it looks like they're trying to find a pick. This is a few times over the last 2 or 3 minutes. They're hiding around a corner, waiting to set up some CC.
Well, they have to, right? Because if Origen just group up in Siege, Giants can't really stop it. There's so much poke coming out from the Jace and the Ziggs that it is super easy for Origen to just walk up to these towers, chip them down, and just repeat this process over and over and over again. So for Giants, they need to get their advantages back by setting up good vision throughout the river, waiting for Origen to try and make these map movements, and then punishing them for it. But look at this flank from Sartorius.
Okay, Sartorius coming in behind Hikyu. Flashes available, flashes into the Raptor Pit. And that means Hikyu can get out cleanly, but no summoner spell. So that's a big target on his back. Now Wisdom will be trying to kick. Trying to find, and Wisdom and Nahyun combined have both had some very good setup plays where they've got in behind a Giants member and used the hammer or the kick to move somebody towards their teammates in that previous
It's like
skirmishes.
ping pong for Origen. They've got the Gragas Barrel, you've got the ultimate from Wisdom, Nahyun, hammer as well, and you've got the Satchel Charge from Tabs. So you could literally have a game of volleyball with this team comp right now.
Well, that's what Origen wants to do. They want to try spike the ball down and punish Giants. Curtain Call and the Mega Inferno Bomb. Hikyu goes so low.
I love that combo. I mean, he's just standing still. Why not just throw all of your high damage dealing abilities straight onto him? He's not going to try and dodge him. So now all that threat from Hikyu is completely gone. And Origen, as mentioned, they're just grouping up in mid and just sieging onto these towers.
Giants are starting to get pulled apart. Flaxish forced to flash defensively through the jungle. A charm onto Sartorius, but no damage to follow it up, and the tower gets executed. Knight is ping-ponged and bounced around between the barrels and the kicks and the dashes. He's flying at a mile a minute. Collateral damage thrown down across Origen, but nobody dies, and Origen get their 4th tower of the game. Giants scrambling to make a play. Can't find anyone to kill, and instead they just force Origen away.
Origen get what they wanted. The tower was their priority, and they were able to get away with it without losing any casualties, so they continued to extend the gold lead. The Baron is now spawning those Sartorius in the bottom lane. Look at the setup from Giants.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye on that setup in a moment. 20 minutes in, Origen have got a good lead. 3,000 gold, they've got a team comp that is being utilized well. And Vedius, Giants have not won a game 2. All right, these are best of 3s and all split long. Giants are currently 0-8 in their game 2. And they're currently behind once again in game number 2.
Is this an actual curse? Are Giants truly unable to win themselves a game 2?
Yeah.
They look so clean in game 1 against
They did.
Wildcat.
And then you look at that one team fight where Origen get 4 kills,
Yep.
you know, down in the bottom lane, and all of a sudden Origen also, they get a spring back in their step. They find a gear that they didn't have in game 1.
But this is the risk you run when playing against the Ziggs, right? Because he will continue to farm no matter how far you put him behind. He will always be able to get CS somewhere just because of the nature of the champion. And that means that he will always be in a good position to take down towers. That is what he's naturally good at. His poke will always be potent. And the problem for Giants is they needed to be able to set up a successful 1-3-1. They needed to force Origen to split apart. And because of that one bad fight, they're now not strong enough to do that. OG are the ones that can push Giants back and then look to group up and just take these turrets down.
Well, the Jace and the Ziggs combo has proven to be very valuable between these two teams. All right, Jace Ziggs in game 1 for Giants, doing very well. Similarly now for Origen, also on the blue side. Not that that means anything. Double control ward inside that Giants bush. Again, looking to make a pick, looking to make a play, because their 1-3-1 when behind is much more difficult. and Flaxish is saying he's sitting so far back in that bottom lane, anticipating a skirmish, anticipating a play, that he's just waiting to use that Stand United.
Well, let's backtrack, quick shot. Let's think back to what we were talking about very early on in game one, which was Origen. Once they got an early lead, or once they got a lead, they really did struggle to close things out. We think back to their series versus Roccat, 75 minutes is how long it took.
Only game win of the split.
Yep.
75 minutes.
And now they're sitting at a 3,500 gold lead. They have a Ziggs Jace combo. They are set up for success. They are the ones that have to throw this game away. And the big question is, will they do it as Giants look for a collapse?
Okay, let's find out. Origen have got a good inside track on the inner turret in the bottom lane. Very good vision in the right-hand quadrant. And Hiku is chunked down. Looking at cooldowns, Mega Inferno Bomb is not available to Tabs because he's hit Hiku in the head with it. And that just unlocks a tower. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
This is what Origen needs to keep doing. They can now move over to the Dragon. They can set up vision control around the Baron, and they can start making this sort of play around topside. Keep Sartorius down bot, send your Jace up mid, have your dual lane push bot, and then just use Wisdom, move him with Nation into the top half of Giants' jungle, maintain vision control, and either look for a pick, or just prioritize on taking down that tier 1, or tier 2, sorry, up in the top lane. The game plan should be pretty clean for Origen. Now for Giants, you need to maintain vision control of this. As Origen move in, that's where you want to be looking to get this pick down, where you can net some control back over the game.
Yeah, and as we mentioned already, you know, Origen's Baron, 7 Barons secured between weeks 1 and 6, and they got 8 Barons in their series against Roccat. Let's see if they can grab themselves another Baron today. Can play that vision game. The top inner turret is the only one left remaining outside of Giants' base. So it feels like a natural shift in priority, and you can feel it too as well. Giants trying to defend the river, trying to defend the vision, and Peke, very, very quick wild growth flash defensively. Is that worth a Stand United? I guess if they can catch him next time without that flash.
Well, this is the sort of plays that Giants need to be making. They want to try and find a pick. They have to with this composition because they need to get Knight or Shen to a point with which Origen can't deal with it, where they're exerting so much pressure that Origen are forced to split up and they can't properly utilize this 5-man comp that they have of poking and sieging. And right now, Knight's doing a good job of keeping Nation here, but OG don't want to fall into this trap. They don't want to fall into the bait of, oh no, Knight is off on a side lane, because Origen will take towers way faster than Knight will.
Yep, and so far I'm impressed by Nation's accuracy on the shock blast. Wisdom's going to try dash away, Flaxish. So Stand United to try kill Peke, fails. Teleport to try kill Wisdom, fails. Now it does get a flash, okay? It's not a completely lost trade, but all of a sudden, Flaxish is now no international map-wide advantage. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, Memento's chunked very low, shock blast from Nahun. Picture perfect! Taunt onto Peke will buy some time, but Giants, they're a man down, and Origen, they're peeling back, maybe for Baron.
Now, if Origen get this Baron, it will mean curtain calls for Giants, because with this kind of a siege comp and with Baron empowered minions to boot, will make things so difficult, the lack of wave gear the Giants have.
It does mean curtain call. Hiku's got one to use. Knight, Spirit Rush, not available. Hustlin looking to come over the wall. Giants are threatening the dive onto Origen. All 4 shots of the curtain call are used. Flaxish is going into the pit. The Aqua Prison buys some time into Nation. Baron is still alive. Baron is helping Giants. It's the 5th man. Baron's going to be the focus and secured by Wisdom. That's the buff. And Giants don't get any kills.
It was a little scrappy, but OG, they played it calm. They played it safe with no memento threatening there for a steal. OG are able to secure that objective, and they're able to secure themselves a 6,000 gold lead over Giants.
Baron buff enabled, 1 outer turret remaining. Origen just got to set their sights on the base, and when you think of Ziggs and Jace just poking away under tower, it's terrifying.
And look at how this all happened, because Giants so desperately looking for a pick, invest so many resources. Knight doesn't have his ultimate. Flaxish, his ultimate is still down. The Nami ultimate is gone. And now OG say, hey, why don't we just start a fight here? We can easily get this collapse done onto Hiku. But look at the setup onto Memento. Damage down, kick into the shot, into the knockback, into the shock blast. Literally a perfect ping-pong execution. We can call that the ping-pong play.
The ping-pong play. Manages to give Origen the Baron, the kill, the absolute control in this game. And again, like a Nahyun on this Jace, very, very good. Sartorius, some comfort on the Gragas. You can see why it was banned in game number 1. You can see what sort of advantage Giants had being on blue side, being able to target ban that. This time around, they had to ban the LeBlanc, the Varus, the Malzahar. Also the same red side bans that Origen had from game 1.
I just can't believe that Giants are yet to win a game 2 this split. And now against Origen, a team that they look so convincingly better than.
Heartbreakingly, the game 2 that they could have won, unfortunately had that game-breaking bug, right? So like, it's you used the word curse earlier, and maybe that is a bit of a rash thing to throw out there. It is very unfortunate, but it has been a difficult season for both teams. Neither team have looked particularly impressive at any stages, which is why they have so few wins between them. And now all of a sudden, Giants are trying to defend their last tower. Stand United is available for Flaxis. He's trying to put some distance away from Sartorius in the bottom lane. And the rest of Origen, they're just sieging the tower.
And this is all they need to do. There's not enough wave clear on the side of Giants. Origen, with their consistent poke and the Baron empowered minion, should slowly just chip this tower down until it gets to a point where Tabs can just blow it up. Easy peasy. And now I'm looking at the damage that Tabs is able to do at this point.
Yeah.
3 items completed. Knight, he can't hold this for long.
It is just monumental. Knight's deciding to engage. Stand United used onto Memento. Again, a swing and a miss from that ultimate. I don't know if it was interrupted. Sartorius' ulti is on cooldown, so we may actually anticipate that. Flax is trying to force him away. The rest of Giants, they've caught out Wisdom. Wisdom's locked in place, but the tower's gone low. If Origen can get the inhibitor for only Wisdom's life, that's probably a worthwhile trade. The tidal wave will only knock up Sartorius. Remember, he's got no mana. The flash taunt buys some time. Tabs is caught out. Redemption's come down to survive the heals. Nahyun's got mana for days, and he can keep firing those shock blasts. Knight will be the target. The hammer to the skies. Nahyun gets one. Can't snipe the second. The inhib's still the targets.
Giants, they tried to chase down the escaping Origen, but it ends up getting turned around in Origen's favor. They see the inhibitor. They're going to take that inhibitor, and they should be able to walk out scot-free.
Look at the damage onto Hustler and Hikyu. That more of Malmortius and Ghostblade. So
the Luden's Echo.
Watching that kill and then watching the Origen player cams, their entire team just lit up in pure elation. I really hope our video team can actually show that, because that was just great.
Origen, with one single fight, have been able to get to this point in the game. And look, great kick coming out from Wisdom. No follow-up, unfortunately for him. Ends up costing his life, but it was a worthy sacrifice because it breaks into the base of Giants. And now, at this point, Giants are feeling pretty confident. Hey, we have 5 members. We can chase them down. Sartorius has no mana. And if we lock down Tabs, maybe we can win this fight. But look, Memento, he's forced back. Knight, he doesn't have his ulti to chase down. Giants just don't have optimal follow-up in order to be able to win out on this fight. And because they've all been forced back to base, Origen were like, well, okay, let's go take an inhibitor then.
And that's what they did. That's what should open up this base even further. 10,000 gold at 30 minutes in favor of Origen. Looks like we're going to be heading towards a deciding game, to a game number 3. It looks like Giants will be going 0-9 in game 2s on the split. And some very serious faces there from Lozak backstage watching as his Giant squad are being forced to defend further and further back. I heard from production team they will show the reaction shot at the end of the game.
Perfect.
In the rollout, and they do that little summary bit.
And
so that's exciting to see.
I noticed that they only take the shots of us when we do silly things, rather than we're standing here with our
that
serious
depends
faces.
on your definition of silly.
I suppose it does.
Because I think that's just what you're like every day. Jumping up and down and full of energy, young day.
It's true. But I don't wear a clown mask every day, so...
No, we don't get the privilege of doing that every day. And luckily, this series already has proven to be a higher level than what we saw from Origen and Rocket on Thursday. Much better decision-making, much better team fights. And Origen themselves, the team that took 75 minutes to win, which we've said so goddamn many times today, looking much better, like they've learned a lot between then and now.
If we're nitpicking, Origen could have been a little bit faster on the trigger with their setup. They had a very strong early lead that they could have better utilized earlier on. But the fact that they are yet to get a game. Oh, hang on. Giants trying to respond with a
Very
fight.
good charm onto Wisdom. The taunt follows up. So does the tidal wave. But Giants needed everything to get that kill. 5 Giants in the top lane, while Sartorius is in the bottom. Knight and Hustlin, they almost get boomed from downtown. The inhibitor turret is down. Sartorius keeps using that big belly bop on the inhibitor. We're not going to be able to take it just yet.
Even though Giants get themselves a kill, it is Origen that are continuing with the push. They have the numbers, they have the minion wave, and they just continue to make their way closer and closer to the nexus of Giants.
Baron is going to be up in 20 seconds time. Elder, a little while after that, actually. Can't remember when the last one was taken down. Regardless, Origen will look to set up some vision, play around Baron, and then use that to break open those inhibitors again.
Unfortunately for Giants, while the play was successful, this is what they wanted to do 10, 15 minutes ago, and where things really started to go wrong for them. They realized they were getting outscaled. They realized that we're not going to be able to win once we get to the late game. We have to try and make these plays happen, and that was the window that Origen took to punish Giants and to gain control over this game. And while sure, it might be working now, Giants, the damage has already been done. The deficit is just far too great that it's not going to result in any big map control gain for the side of Giants. And right now, Origen are the ones setting up vision around the Baron. You can see that Flaxis, she's just pushing out the bottom lane. He wants to make sure that he has some kind of side lane pressure, but Sartorius lands on a Knight.
And Knight's gone. They landed on him, they squashed him, and he's deaded. Flaxish has to cancel that TP. It would have been in the middle of 5 Origen members, and this should set up a safer Baron.
Now, Memento is still alive. Peke will take away the blast cone, but there's always that threat of a jungler. Let's see how Origen handle this.
Okay, Peke and Sartorius trying to play interrupt. Remember, without Sartorius, he's got that knockback. That can get Memento out of range. Hiku tagged up by the Mega Inferno Bomb. Wisdom and Nathan going very, very low from Baron. Origen, they play this one safe and mostly back out. Wisdom's not letting the Baron reset. The fight is not done yet. 2,500. Wisdom hasn't got the memo to back out. He doesn't want Baron to reset, and now it finally does. Sartorius is in the back end of the pit. Wisdom still lands a Sonic Wave onto the Baron. Slightly awkward, but Origen don't commit to the 50-50.
Well, Giants can be happy. They don't have to take the risk of Origen netting themselves the Baron. Origen, though, much better to not do the Baron than to try and have it stolen away. So I like the fact that Origen don't take that gamble. They have a lead. Why bother throwing it away? Just go back to base, sacrifice a bit of the vision, and then set it for another siege later on, or maybe set up for a better kind of Baron play.
Giants, on the other hand, contemplating a Baron move of themselves. This one a little bit more desperate, a little bit more to claw back this deficit. It's 35 minutes, it's 8,000 gold. Luckily for Giants, the inhibitors have respawned.
And look at the bottom minion wave. That is a big stack that Origen will have to go and deal with. Could Giants use this as an opportunity to try and force a play?
Mega Inferno Bomb could have been used, or Sartorius with a teleport. There's options here for Origen on how to deal with that wave. But I guess you want that Mega Inferno Bomb for a Baron pit team fight.
Oh yeah, definitely. So much damage that you can't afford to just give away. Even the ultimate alone, the moment you see the Heat Q ultimate, just throw the ultimate, the Mega Inferno Bomb, you're almost guaranteed to either cancel the ultimate or get a flash or a heal out of Heat Q, because if that big central bomb hits you, well, I think it speaks for itself, right?
And what does it say?
It's called Mega Explosive Bomb. So you will explode. Oh, Inferno Explosive. They have one Infernal Drake. I didn't want to give him all the credit. We've had 3 this game.
The Elder Dragon is live. Mega Inferno Bomb goes down. Hustlin's able to sidestep with the help of a summon heal. Well, that's a cooldown blown. Hustlin forced away. Elder Dragon is up. Baron is up. Origen and Giants, are they forced to make decisions? Knight looking for Peke. That's a root from the Deadly Flourish, and Wisdom looking to body block any follow-up skill shots, and so close on that charm.
Sneaky play from Knight. He's looking for a possible pick. But now we see this stagnated mid-game play from Origen and Giants. This is reminding me of the Giants, or the Roccat versus Origen series, where they they made a play, their flow got interrupted. They were pushed back a little bit by Giants from that TP play, and now they're struggling to set up. Baron should not be their win condition. They don't need Baron to end this game. There are 2 exposed inhibitors. They just need to properly set up. Just set up a slow push down in the bottom lane, send your Gragas up top, get your multi-man unit of Nahyun and Tabs in the mid lane to push down towards the Giants' base and start sieging onto these inhibs.
And do all of that while not letting Knight or Hiku pick someone off. If Knight or Hiku can solo out Nahyun, Tabs, or even Expected to a lesser degree, a lot of the follow-up from Giants is very strong. Shen and Graves, very good as a team fight can extend and play out. But Knight on this RE 1, 2, and 5 hasn't had the greatest flank opportunities, but he's so heavily outranged by the Jace and the Ziggs, and really difficult to try find those moments. But that's what Knight's going to need to do if Giants are going to claw this back. If they're going to turn the game around back in their favor, it's up to him or Hiku to get that kill and then take a big objective like Elder or Baron.
I would not underestimate the Giants squad. I mean, Graves has a lot of late game damage. The Shen has the ability to set off into a side lane. There is a lot of potential for the Giants to find avenues back into this.
Yeah, there was just something, muddying up the vision there for a little while.
Nocturne came, he's gone now.
Paranoia flew by. It
was a different Summoner's Rift game, right?
Invited to a different Rift. And that was just his flyby making it over there. And as we jump back onto our Summoner's Rift, look at that bouncing bomb damage onto Hiku and Hustlin. One single bouncing bomb takes a third of Hiku's HP, but that's because there's a Leandries, as well as your Omicron. Yes.
This is massive. Look, Knight, he's in the top lane. Now, Giants, their only option is to either rush the Baron, because they will not be able to contest this Elder Drake. But Wisdom's still here, so this is such a great play from Origen that should guarantee them the Elder Drake.
Flaxish is coming into fight. The rest of Giants looking to contest Elder. 6,500 HP to go as it resets and starts regenerating that lost HP.
I was very impressed with the way Origen were playing that. I feel like they could have committed to it, especially with Wisdom and Tabs just zoning Giants away from getting collapsed down onto the Elder Drake. Looks like they decided not to risk it, and they're just going to take things safe for now.
I mean, the risk of being in the Baron pit versus Jace and Ziggs. Giants don't have a lot of time to get away with that. Catching a quick glimpse there of Sartorius. He's got himself that Banner of Command, has had for a little while, and the Guardian's Angel. And we'll see whether or not they can use that banner-empowered minion to push one of these side lanes. And like, Vedis, we are sort of saying the same story a little bit, but Origen this game had a 4,600 gold lead at 25 minutes. Now we're at 40 minutes, and yes, that has grown to nearly 9,000 gold. But it becomes less significant as Knight can get closer to one-shotting, as Flaxish gets tankier and more of a threat in the side lane. And as Origen are starting to dance around this Baron, because the previous Baron, remember, got thwarted, got interrupted. They didn't get it cleanly.
It's like when you play a game of League of Legends, you're building a castle of gold. And while if you have a pretty... Ooh, hang on, Knight.
Gets a Stand United down. That's a big cooldown. Teleport is available for Flaxish, but if a fight breaks out, that shield no longer available.
Okay, so the flash is gone for Hiku, the ultimate is gone from Flaxish as well, and Origen are using this as an opportunity to go for a bit of vision around the Baron, but they're not going to commit to the objective just yet.
No, they're not. Sartorius still in the bottom lane. He's going to need to teleport in. EQ making his way back to the team. Wisdom a little bit split off, but he can always use that safeguard to jump over to somebody. And Nahyun, you can see that value, that worth next to his name. 4 kills, 3 assists. And he's just been playing duck hunt, basically. Shooting Giants at every opportunity.
Now, to go back to my reference, because everyone's going back to base. Game of League of Legends is like building a castle of gold coins, right? When you have the lead, your castle is greater than the enemy team's castle, so it's much easier to siege the enemy castle because it's obviously weaker. But you can only build so much of a castle. If you add more coins on top of the castle, it just gets obnoxious, right? So what value is it? The longer this game goes, the enemy team, they're going to have a fully built castle, and now they can match your castle too. So that's the point at which Giants are getting at. The longer this game goes on, they're completing their castle, and they're looking to counter the Siege of Origen.
All right, castles versus castles. 2 inanimate objects fighting. Apparently is where your brain goes to. for analogies. We'll see how it works out. Tabs used a Mega Inferno Bomb to try zone Hikyu away. That's one of the very big tools in an ensuing team fight. Charm onto Wisdom, damage from Memento as well. The barrel from Sartorius, that's gonna save the life. Actually, it was Wisdom's kick, I think, that did the damage. Elder Dragon's going low, flash forward,
he stole it!
Memento gets it!
Oh, Origen, that could not have gone any worse for you. Memento goes to the flash. He doesn't even use his flash, he uses his ultimate to close the gap, and he's able to steal away the Elder.
It's not the first time either. Memento has stolen Barons this split. He's stolen Elder now. And now, all of a sudden, with a double Infernal Drake, Elder Dragon at 40 minutes. Giants might have that additional damage to win some fights.
Origen, you have the composition to be able to close out this game. You just need better vision control, and I understand the play. Again, you're using your jungler to try and zone away the enemy team, but now you do not have your jungler to secure that objective. Memento steals it away with his ulti. This is the window that Giants were waiting for. They were just waiting for OG to take this gamble, take this risk, and Giants punish them for it.
They absolutely do. Not out of the fight. Giants are not giving up. Digging very, very deep to play from this deficit. And while the Elder Dragon is very useful and will help, it doesn't help against Poke. It doesn't help against Ziggs right now. And Giants ideally wanted a Baron. Ideally want to try push waves, right? So let's see if they can. Flaxish has got Teleport and Stand United and is going to meet that bottom lane. And we're starting to see that weaker macro game from Origen show through. Hustlin is going to get caught out, but it's Knight that's engaging. Stand United not going to be engaged just yet. Sartorius caught out. Bubble comes up. That's a killing spree for Tabs. Knight throws out a Wild Charm. The last of his Spur Rush. Flashes to safety and gets tagged up by that Shock Blast. Now Flaxish running for his life. Origen in a 5-on-4. They're looking to chase. Wisdom going to go low. Not going to get killed just yet. Finally goes down. It's a 1-for-1. But Knight is killed on the back end. The curtain is pulled back and Flaxish still respawning from the GA. Means that Giants, yes, they lose the fight, but it isn't worse than that.
Very back and forth fight. Giants trying to force a full 5v5 team fight versus Origen's team comp, which is designed for having this incredibly tanky front line, buying time and just staying away from Knight to just get this poke down from the Ziggs, from the Jace. And you saw the impact of that Mega Inferno Bomb, just dismantling both Memento and Flaxish and making it difficult for this front line of Giants to be able to stick into the fray. And you just have to wonder why, like, Giants, like, I understand you want to try and force this fight, but this is not how you do it. Knight, he doesn't really have the mana. Tabs is just freely sitting on the back lane. Nahyun as well. Origen's tanks are just doing exactly what they need to. Meanwhile, Memento's gone down. It's just a battle of the tanks that Origen are consistently winning.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Origen, they aren't able to get more than this, despite a 1-for-2 team fight. GA from Flaxish coming back up, greatly timed Hourglass to buy time. But yeah, nobody wants to face check a curtain call.
I mean, you'd think that the team fight would go in favor of a team with an Elder Dragon and 2 Infernal Drakes, right? But the gold deficit is still there. We haven't reached that fully completed castle just yet. And Giants, they still struggle to force these fights, which is why I wonder why they even opted for it. Why not just buy more time, use the Elder Dragon to stall for that full 6-item build, where you can then look to go for a better setup.
Yeah, and you know, we mentioned the Memento Elder Dragon steal a second ago. He has actually stolen 3 Barons this split already. Giants as an organization have historically had junglers that steal Barons. Anyone that's been an astute viewer for a while, El Bandito, if you recall correctly, Memento trying to don that hat. Will Memento need to do it again? That's what we're going to see. Wisdom's not going to find the Sonic Wave, and the reason I ask if Memento's going to need to steal again, the Baron is still the pivotal moment here. Origen have fully committed to only Baron or Elder.
Yep.
They've not attempted to play side lanes super well. They've not been able to break through Flaxish's ability to counter any of that pushing.
When was the last time we saw Origen near those exposed inhibitors? Bear in mind how much push they have and how much poke they have, and they have not tried to utilize it. Their sole focus has been, I think we should take Baron now. And this tunnel vision is giving windows for Giants to fight back, give them room to claw their way back into this game.
And Giants are taking those opportunities.
Oh, yes, they are.
Memento had to, you know, steal an Elder, but that's the definition of taking. Removing that one from Origen. Elder Dragon will be up in about 2 and a bit minutes. Baron's still on the cards, and I love watching Shen's fight Banner of Command Empowered minions.
You love this. This is your favorite pastime.
It's not my favorite pastime, but it's entertaining. Seeing a minion survive that long.
I am the tank now.
Exactly. Let's find out how Sartorius feels about being the tank in this team fight. Zero vision in the pit. The observers are showing just how difficult it is for Giants. Curtain call backwards, Mega Inferno Bomb into HiQ. They've traded 1-for-1, but it's support for ADC. Tabs was able to get his ultimate off though, and now the Baron helping out in favor of Origen. Knight in the back of the pit, he is killed off. Where is HiQ? Trying to make his way up with Memento. Baron's going low, Memento, Smite is available to him, but it's 4 members of Origen.
Giants are looking primed and ready to steal this objective away. Can Memento do it, or will Origen just back off?
Fade taking a look, 3,000 HP. Wisdom's not letting Baron reset aggro just yet. Shock blast onto Flaxish. A tower has died in the top lane. At last, the second that Giants have been able to pick. That means the minions are almost as good as Giants players. Now Flaxish continues to run away. Memento picking a fight with Nahyun. He's down. There's no smite. There's no one left for Giants to help out here. HiQ lingering on the back end. Baron has respawned. No curtain call available. And HiQ, he's got a crit shot available to him. It's just reloaded. Not going to have the burst. Not going to try the steal.
Origen get themselves the Baron. This is the objective that they have been fighting so long for. It was a messy fight. It was scrappy. It was super back and forth. But it will be Origen that secure the big purple worm.
Second Baron of the game for Origen.
7 more to go.
7 more to go to break the record. We're 48 minutes in. There are still 2 exposed inhibitors, and now Origen have to push. They have to do what they didn't do for the last 20 minutes.
Yes.
And they've got the tools, right? Now they have Baron. They've also got Banner of Command,
Quick shot, they had the tools 20 minutes ago.
Okay, fair play. They have more tools, right? They have a bigger sledgehammer this time around.
But this time, it is just Origen saying, let's start the Baron. This will draw Giants into a fight that we can surely win. This is a great kick from Wisdom, by the way. Knight, he did not have any ultimate stacks left. He didn't have any way to get out of the back of the pit. Ended up dropping as well. And at this point, it's just Origen stopping the Baron from resetting and playing Ring Around the Rosies as they chase down both Flaxish and Memento, just trying to prevent him from being able to smite down the Baron. And it's literally just chase after chase after chase. Wisdom's going to stay in the pit, like, don't you reset, don't reset. And it's just constantly just trying to stop Memento being able to get into the pit. And it's the trade between Nahyun and Memento that really solidifies the win for Origen. Because if Memento won, that would have been a possible Baron, or at least a stop of the Baron for Giants.
Yeah, unfortunately he did not win, and therefore Origen got the Baron. They've got themselves a mid lane inhibitor. Tabs has dealt 37,000 damage to champions this game. And he's getting very, very close to Hyanen's damage to champions against Origen, which was 44,000 in that 75-minute game. The reason I highlight it, to deal that amount in 30 minutes less is very impressive. And Tabs, great accuracy. Peke gets chunked down. Very big critical hit from HiQ. And the inhibitors slowly being chipped away from 2 of those cannon minions. One of them has been empowered by the Banner of Command.
Origen just continue their siege. They don't need to hard commit to anything. They can just take their time.
Yeah, Tidal Wave doesn't do anything. Knight was dropped low. He's going to get caught out by the Mega Inferno Bomb. The explosive cast sends Giants packing. The second inhibitor's dropped down. Origen want to force a deciding game. Origen want to take the Nexus, and they want to beat Giants right now. Once again, moving back. There's super minions in the mid lane, but there's pings from Origen. They're going top.
There is a big minion wave in favor of Origen there too. They still have the Baron available for another minute. And it looks like they're trying to take everything away from the Giants base. Origen really do want to play this tutorial style.
Yeah, that's one last inhibitor to go. Wisdom and Memento trading in the jungle, but it won't really amount to anything. It's still a 10,000 gold lead. Flaxish with the teleport in the side lane. Got to run through that Hexplosive minefield. Actually decides to turn away from it. Catches out Wisdom for a moment. Still slowly interrupted. Origen, very good response to the TP play. They're not done yet. The tower has fallen. The explosive cast comes off cooldown. That's how long this siege has been running for. Wisdom still pulling away the Giants members. This is allowing Origen to get onto the inhibitor, killing HiQ. And Memento still not able to kill Wisdom. He's got no collateral damage. 3 inhibitors down.
that means the Origen, they should have everything in their power to close out the game right now. Instead, they're looking to go back to base. No, the teleport is coming in from Sartorius. OG want to end this now.
The finish, that's what Origen are looking for. GA and a full health, full mana. Fat tank man Gragas on the front line. He's going to be blocking as many of these skill shots as possible. There's the taunt flash, following through for Flaxish. Damage coming down into Nahun, he's going very, very low. Sartorius GA will get popped. Was this over eager? Was this too much? Was this too far? Nexus turret is down. The battle continues. Nahun throws to the skies. He gets Flaxish's Guardian Angel before dying himself. Traded back. Wisdom kills Memento. This is messy and sloppy. Not going to be enough for Giants to defend though. Nexus turret, number 2 is the target. Knight about to get access to that Spirit Rush. He needs to stop the damage dealers. Gets turned into a munchkin, and that barrel body slam comes out. Wisdom still looking to kick them away. Super minions onto the Nexus, and after one hell of a dramatic siege, Origen even up the series 1-1.
Origen get there eventually. It took them a Baron, but they're able to close out the game.
Vedius, Origen have doubled their wins on the split.
Yeah.
Their second win of the spring split. It took them less Barons, it took them less time. This is growth from Thursday. I have one more thing for you. Our stats team worked overtime in Rocket and Origen.
Yep.
And they're still in the groove of things. So we've got a win record here that Origen have not broken and not interrupted. In the European LCS, when teams have a 7,000 gold lead or more, at 30 minutes, they are 27-0. They are now 28-0.
Well done.
With one of those wins being Origen.
Yes. Fantastic stuff. Growth.
Useless information in a top-heavy league, right? Like, obviously, when a team is a 7K gold lead at 30 minutes, they should be winning. They should be.
They should be. But I think that a lot of criticism needs to go the way of Origen. They were well within their rights to close out that game much sooner.
It's not up to us to do that. So we're going to take a look as the ruckus at the bottom of the table is getting intense with Origen and Rocket. Take a look at it. Go for it, analyst desk.
Great casting on day right there.
Who needs words when you can just say go for it? That's all we need to get it to us.
I saw a much better play-by-play yesterday, to be honest.
They should hire that guy. I don't know who he was. Hire him. Everything would look great. Anyway, things didn't always look great in this game. In the sense that we want to start with a pick ban. You guys very early on were like, oh, they've just taken the Giants composition over for Origen.
Yeah, so if you can't beat it, take it in the Champs League. Probably
Pick Ziggs.
What would you tell your players if you draft this comp? Shame on you for drafting this comp, for one, because it's like a boring. That's actually a good comp.
It has a Zig, so it's automatically amazing comp. Like,
True that.
let's be
What would
real.
you tell your players in Champs League, like as a takeaway phrases of the game?
Okay, so I don't know if I was influenced watching this game, if it just came to me, or if I knew it before, but I would say #1 rule with this comp is you don't go Baron. It's terrible. Like, you're going to use your Ziggs poke and your Jace poke on the enemy team, so therefore no one's going to be hitting the Baron. You're also very squishy comp, so, you know.
Do you go Elder
if you
then?
die there. Elder, see, this is what I had to debate too. What about Elder? It doesn't do AoE damage like Baron does, but same scenario. You're going to use your poke on the enemy champions on Elder, and if you don't, then, you know, they just come kill you. So I would say with this comp, you know, let's go.
Hypothetically speaking,
yeah, hypothetically speaking, if you don't
there
go,
were to be
Yeah.
2 open inhibitors,
yeah,
there wasn't a Baron on the map and an Elder, what would you tell your team to do?
then I'd say, you know what? Go in one of those 3 lanes. You know, I'm going to give my team the freedom. They choose the lane they want to go to. Top, mid, bot. It's up to you.
Okay.
And then I'd say siege the hell out of that map.
I can see we're getting very into this hypothetical situation. Let's take a look at what actually happened. First of all, we got a replay looking at how Origen turned what was a good early game from Giants.
Snap back to reality. Here goes Knight. He wants to go in, and I think this reaction from Origen was actually surprisingly well executed. It is a little bit of greed from Knight here and from Giants collapsing, but this is essentially what got Origen ahead and put them in a really good position to close out the game. I think while we can criticize their macro, Mayhew played very well to this game.
Yeah, the close of this fight was really good, and they actually had a really fast reaction to TP. I think they beat Shen on the TP, which is weird because Giants were the ones starting that play, so their TP should be first. So Origen's reaction to that was really good. And I think, yeah, what they're lacking right now is like the game direction to close. You saw them like dance around Baron instead of sieging, like we talked about earlier briefly. So I think as long as they're able to do these like counter plays and they have like a clear, way, maybe they pick a Baron comp and they can take it this time, then I think they're, looking a lot better.
Don't worry, we're coming back to the sieging discussion after our second replay, because one of the other things that slowed them down, not only where they were on the map, but Wisdom specifically, caught out a lot in this game.
Yeah, this was one of those replays. Probably you had a lot to say about the vision here.
So they see Giant Knight like jump out of the bush, so they know this, and this is like a comfortable position for them. They like want to fight this questionably because this is not what their comp does. They don't want to be fighting. They just want to keep everyone at max range. So Giants get their opening in their window because that's the only way that you can kind of break this siege comp is you get Ari on the flank and she goes in with Shinport.
But I'm a simple man, bro. I see a jungler dying on the top side, but I see my Gragas then taking bot turret and bot inhib for free. Like, is that not worth it?
Like, it seems like a good trade, right? One kill for inhib. But when you look at Jace and Ziggs, you're like, wait, they're gonna take the whole map themselves eventually. You don't need to be just like throwing kills for fun. So luckily only the jungler died there. But this is kind of like your comp just wants to force them to sit in lane and you poke them. So just do that. Do what your comp does well.
Ziggs is now undefeated in the series.
Yeah, he's the key to life.
Banned in game
victory.
3?
Yeah, I would ban Ziggs first ban on purple side for sure.
So if we're looking to game 3, is it that simple? I know you're kind of exaggerating how strong Ziggs is.
I mean, the whole premise is like if you play J6, group up and siege together.
Yeah.
If you're playing a siege comp, very often you go to Baron because you can't break open the base, because if they're defending well with wave clear, this comp, you already have the base open. Just go finish the game. Like, just try and siege down, because if you see how strong the poke was, a Ziggs bomb was putting people on half HP, a third. We saw many like almost comical Baron attempts. That's what we need to see more, and that's actually where we have to question Expect's shot calling. Like, a veteran of this stature should know that like you can literally just run mid.
Yeah, and that man on your screen, Nahyun, as well. He had a good game. You already mentioned it on his Jace. Seemed like the usual things that were going wrong for Origen were a bit upside down in this one. Nahyun playing very well in his second win. So we're going to clear the jungle. We'll be back in 3.5 to see if Giants or Origen can end up taking the final game of the Spring Split cross-group phase.
Wisdom's going to use that Dragon's Rage kit to buy some time. First blood easily picked up by Knight.
Look at Ziggs, keep going. I can kill Ziggs with ult, I can flash. I get double. You're taking. I got him. Nice.
It's a 1-for-1 until Hustlin is killed. Nahyun puts the hammer down, flashes forward, kicks Hiku backwards, and it's a double kill for Nahyun.
Run! No, reload. Don't worry. Please record.
Nahyun's got mana for days and he can keep firing those shot blasts. Knight will be the target. The hammer to the skies. Nahyun gets one. Ghostblade.
The Lunan's Echo!
You poke?
Elder Dragon's going no flash. Oh, he stole it! Memento gets it! Wisdom still looking to kick them away. Super minions onto the Nexus, and after one hell of a dramatic siege, Origen even up the series 1-1. And welcome back, Expeke taking to the stage as he's forced to decide in game 3. We're about to jump into this between Origen and Giants. Memento on screen there just at the end, walking to stage. He's had a pretty good performance so far, unfortunately. As a team, Giants fell behind in the mid-game in game 2, which is why they ended up losing. Giants have picked blue side for the deciding game of the series. What are you expecting for picks and bans?
Well, I think Ziggs will have higher value this series. Like what we're saying is that...
Ban-worthy or early pick worthy?
Now, that's the big question mark, because I think that there are answers to Ziggs, but it depends on very much the support matchup. And we've actually seen a lot of investment towards the supports being banned away throughout this entire series. We even saw that Zyra ban in game 2 coming out from Origen to prevent this kind of answer to Ziggs.
All right, well, we'll find out as we go into Champ Select. Gragas off the bat is banned away from Giants. They banned Gragas, Shen, and Lulu in game number 1, a game which Giants won in 28 minutes. They were even until 20 minutes. Then they took 10 towers, multiple kills from 20 to 28 minutes. So, Giants, there we go. Shen as well.
Could we have it a guess and say that Lulu will be the final ban?
Oh, I'm so glad you were listening to me.
As you correctly predicted, so far the bans are similar to what we saw in game 1. If things continue to play out the way they are, Lulu and Malzahar are next to follow up.
But then what is first pick? Because Giants went Jace in game 1. Jace was huge for both Knights and Nahian, same again.
I agree. I think that Jace has been a very potent pick in this series. He's a very staple mid laner that scales very nicely. His poke combined with Ziggs is very strong, but it looks like Giants are actually going to shake things up.
Okay, so a little bit of upsetting the apple cart. Leduc on screen right now. A bit of a furled eyebrow, thinking about what to change, and he does not change his final ban. Malzahar is removed from the pool. This leaves Lulu available. I don't know if that's really first pick worthy. Jace would be the obvious answer here, as we've mentioned a lot. And then Origen will have to change something. The Renekton Elise play simply didn't cut it, and Wisdom's impact in the early game has been marginal. Very low.
I think it's been weak. I think it's fair to say in game 2, Wisdom died twice very early on to some very simple mistakes, and in game 1 he could not have the impact that he wanted because of how well Memento read. But now Memento is shaking things up. He's moved away from the Graves, and he's actually saying, you know what, Wisdom, I've had enough of your early game pressure. I'm going to bring out an early game champion, and I think I can have a bigger impact than you can.
And let's see if he can. Memento didn't need to in game number 1. He played very safe. His lanes played safe, and as a team, Giants won that game fairly clearly. Lulu not being banned has now been locked in again for Origen, and I mean, Jace is up there with Ziggs off the table. It means Jhin is up there as well, probably going to raise in priority as well.
Rengar is available too. Camille, we actually saw banned away in the second phase of game 1, but has not had at all any value throughout this series. But there we are. There is the Jace. I think that this is a great pick just naturally. He's been a high pick and ban throughout the regular season, especially with the lethality changes. He really has become a big staple part of any composition because he trades very well. He can go off into a side lane. He has big impact in team fights. There are just a bunch of different compositions that he can be going into. Now, if you're Giants, you need to look at your junglers, right? Like, oh, what am I talking about? At least it's already been locked in. They usually save it on for so long. But the Jhin makes a lot of sense, going for something a little bit safe in the form of Nautilus, so that you have an answer to the Jace who could also be flexed into both the mid and top.
And we've not seen that Ezreal since game 1, right? Tabs played it. Not the greatest performance. Wasn't really comboed up with that Nami exceptionally well. And if Jhin does get locked in here for Giants, what do Origen do in reply?
Well, I think the Ezreal makes a lot of sense. You could also go for an Ashe. That way you're picking actually a pretty good pushing lane when you compare it with the Lulu, and you also have a form of engagement as well. We did see an early prioritization of Ryze in game 1 from Origen, which was answered with a... with the Jace, naturally, in game 1 for Giants. But given that they don't know the mid laner, I think that it would be pretty safe to pick your AD carry. Alternatively, you already know the enemy top lane pick, or you assume it's a top lane pick, but bear in mind that Huston has brought this Nautilus out a lot.
Yeah, let's see whether or not Giants decide to flex that. Jhin, Nautilus into something Lulu might end up being a little bit annoying. We'll find out. Ban away from Renekton. So Origen not 100% confident that Nautilus is going in the top lane, and obviously that ban is a gigantic signal.
Yep. Respecting the possibility of the flex. Looking at further bans, if you are Origen, you just continue banning away the top laners. I like the fact that Giants are banning away AD carries. We discussed the Ezreal. Ashe is likely to be the next ban to come out from Giants. And now, I'm wondering whether or not we're going to see a little bit more value in the Cassio going up against Wisdom. It is a very strong mid laner that has risen in popularity a lot recently, that does very naturally well early on into champions like Jace because of how quickly she can spam that E, and she can move off into a side lane later on into the game, and she fits nicely with the exhaust, which Knight is currently hovering over.
Okay, so Cassiopeia then raises in priority if Knight wants to run that one. Origen need to lock in their AD carry, they need to lock in their jungler. Rengar is not available to them. And that means Wisdom will need to lean back on his potential Lee Sin, which he's run. I mean, technically, if you want to get super technical,
could be Rumble
could be there as well, is an option they could do. It is something that has fallen off in popularity a lot, but we do know Lulu Caitlyn, that is an obnoxious lane, especially if Hustler wants to run that Nautilus as well. So difficult to deal with the Lulu, the traps, the range, etc.
So the reason why they've gone Caitlyn over Ashe is because Caitlyn is better at setting up sieges, mainly because of the traps, the longer range, the good harass that she has with the Q. She's just better at setting up for taking down these towers, especially when you think Jace, Rumble, throw down the Equalizer, you have the Jace poke, you have all the traps as well. So much zone control can be used for Origen to just very swiftly take down these towers, very similar to a composition that they brought out in Game 2. Now, if your Giants round things out, I feel like a Cassio would fit very nicely here. It would do well into the Jace. You could also go for a Rise if you feel a little bit more towards the scaling end, if you want a little bit more team fight impact. But,
well, screw all of that.
Yeah, screw all of that. I dislike this pick greatly. I don't think it makes much sense in the comp that they have. I think that it is very risky. I think that if you are able to get a good early advantage and you can move off into side lanes, then the Zed pick can definitely work into a Jace. Often considered a pretty effective counter pick into the Jace. Will work nicely into the Rumble too, but you are so heavily reliant on setting up a 1-3-1 with this composition, finding picks, and just getting a very early advantage. 0 to 15 minutes is where Giants need to get a gold lead, otherwise they're in trouble.
Fortunately, Giants have had pretty strong early games over the course of their last few games, so they have shown they can do that, right? Yep. And now there's not going to be margin for error. Also, when you look at the damage compositions here from Giants, yes, Elise will do a fair amount of magic damage, but that is not a well-rounded damage source. It's 2 super tanks on the front line and a lot of physical damage.
Bear in mind, you actively picked Zed into Lulu. Lulu is considered one of the best counter pick in as far as supports go because she gives health, she gives a shield, she can polymorph the Zed, and she can slow him to make it even more harder for the Zed to close the gap. I think this was such a big gamble from Knight, and if it pays off, then props to him. But I think this was a gamble that Giants did not need to take.
Well, it's a gamble that they're going to take. Knight adds to his champion pool, which is growing rapidly at this point in time. Zed locked in for Giants. Giants, remember, are 1 series win behind Roccat. They need to win against Origen now to tie, hold on to that 4th place safe spot as we head into week 8 next week. Origen, on the other hand, they're 2 series wins behind Vitality. A win here would be their first series win of the 2017 season. You know how to vote, you know where to vote. Let us know if you still are voting with Origen, because they've been leading the way in both of the previous games.
Everything is on the line for both these teams. Giants shifting up their play style. So far, they've been pretty safe with their previous compositions. Their game 1, I think, was the greatest example of that. Ziggs was the biggest factor in both teams' wins. Yep. And now that is off the board. Bottom lane will still be a big determining factor. When you look at the ability to push, definitely in favor of Origen's bottom lane. Early pushing will also go in the favor of Nahyun in the mid, and exactly the same for the Rumble in the top lane. So Origen, they've set themselves up for success in the early game with all these pushing lanes, but at the same time, it makes it easier for Elise to look for these early ganks. So the onus is on Wisdom to set up good vision and to be able to read Memento, predict where he is likely to try and set up those early ganks.
Oh, that's not something that Origen have been able to do this series.
Not yet.
It's been Memento that's been able to read Wisdom. And you have talked about the pushing lanes, and Giants will be looking to set themselves up in that 1-3-1, double ignites on the side of Giants as well. So definitely going to play the go ham or go home mentality. And there's simply no way to get around that. And you can see those double ignites are mirrored by double exhausts, Nahyun and Xpeke.
And it's really going to make things difficult for Knight come the mid-game team fighting. As the game progresses, Exhaust is such a potent tool for shutting down assassins. We're not on the nerfed version yet, which is 7.5. We're still playing on 7.4. And I just want to use this opportunity to talk a little bit about this Zed versus Jace matchup, because it's not an incredibly common one that we see. And often, the reason why Zed is considered a very good pick into Jace is because he doesn't really have many tools to stop the all-in from Zed.
Oh, great hook.
Very good hook in the bottom lane, punishing the overextension from Peke. But I'm going to backtrack again.
Yeah, so the tools to punish in the mid lane.
Yep, because when you think of a champion like Ahri, the thing about Zed is when he ults, he's always going to go behind you. So you can instantly punish him by throwing a charm out, and that's going to mitigate a lot of his damage. It allows the Ahri to reposition. Nahyun doesn't really have that option. He can hit you with the hammer, but you can still get a lot of the damage down as a Zed. And when you move off to the side lane, Zed just naturally scales better in the amount of burst damage that he can get down compared to what Jace can do. The big advantage that Jace has is the range advantage and the little harass that he can put to put Knight down during the early laning.
All right, and how badly will that hurt Knight? That's what we're going to look at, and whether or not Memento can help. Scuttle Crab secured here by Memento as Sartorius and Wisdom were moving through the river. Flaxish on this top lane, Maokai. This is a pick that has fallen quite sharply off in play. Obviously on 7.4, received some nerfs, that sapling damage removed, and some other tanks being more popular. Nautilus actually was one of them, and that's what we were talking about, how Nautilus was that flex pick for hustling in the bottom lane. This time round, that dredge line just short of Xpeke. And we'll see who's going to have a bigger impact, because there's different styles. Origen have got this difficult to play comp. They've got pushing lanes. They have to deal with a very tanky front line of Maokai.
See, now, I would disagree with you,
Okay.
Richard. I actually think that Origen have the much easier to execute composition, because during the laning phase, they will constantly be pushing in on Giants, right? So they will naturally build up an advantage through whether it be farm or pressure. Origen will be the ones that are in control of the game early on. It is Giants that are expected to be able to get an early lead from somewhere, because they're not going to get it from the natural laning phase. They can't afford to be passive and scaling. They need to look for ganks. They need to look for their own kind of pressure, and they need to force it to happen.
Okay, force the plays then. And I guess that's also true then, the more complex nature of setting up a 1-3-1. The more complex nature of playing around Knight and when he is powerful. Right now is not that time. He needs to get a few levels up. His Wisdom's going to move into the Krugs. Has been spotted out. He's hustling a Hiku. They're going to set up a bit of a play here. Blast cone over the wall. Wisdom just ward hops. Insta flash here from Hustlin. Hustlin's got an ignite. Dredge line. Dragon. Sonic Wave comes backwards and actually going to help out. I wonder if Ignite would have helped out. Long range shot. Wisdom escapes with his life.
We saw this from Wisdom in game 2, trying to go for these invades without the proper support. While both Tabs and Peke were pushing in, he invaded at the worst possible time because the minion wave had just been neutralized. So Tabs and Peke were still clearing out that wave, weren't able to properly help him out. Nahyun also wasn't in a proper position to come down and push because, again, the wave had been neutralized out. And while it was slightly safer, again, it's just this looking at the map. I just feel like Wisdom in this early game isn't really respecting his opponents.
Well, talking about respecting his opponents and Wisdom and Memento, we've looked very, very closely at the junglers. Don't do it again.
I wasn't going to say it.
We've looked very closely at the junglers this series because they have been very impactful. And I want to talk about their jungle proximity and how it's changed from game 1 to 2. And we'll keep an eye on how it plays out in game 3. Now, a reminder, jungle proximity, the amount of time that a jungler spends around their laners. And if you look at the numbers, in both game 1, both Memento and Wisdom spent a small amount of time within 2,000 range of their laners in the laning phase, between 3 and 15 minutes. Game 2, it both stepped up. there's a lot of context around those numbers that makes it interesting, right? Because Memento didn't need to spend time around his laners because they responded so well to Wisdom in game 1, and he was able to gain an advantage by farming. But in game 2, tried to spend time with his laners, but was less successful in finding kills and ganks.
He was, but again, it just goes back to show that Memento does such a great job of reading what Wisdom is trying to do, and that's why not only the analyst desk, but other players have shown a lot of respect towards Memento as a jungler, because he really is very smart in terms of being able to read the enemy jungle, understand what is going on around the map, and being able to react accordingly. And so if he identifies that the enemy jungler is all about ganking, then he's going to match that. He's going to be there, and he's just going to spend that extra bit of time to make sure that he's getting the initial ward set up, and he's there to counter gank and make sure that his laners are safe and healthy, so they have a better transition into the mid game.
Let's see whether or not he can do it this game, Vedius. First backs have already been completed. A number of boots picked up. Ninja Tabai for Nahyun, going to be doubly effective. Soreta Dirks picked up for Knight and Hikyu, as well as those Swifty boots, as we're seeing on Jins more and more frequently. Nothing really exciting just yet.
Do you know what is exciting?
Tell me what's exciting.
What I find really exciting is the fact that both these teams are one win away from having massive implications for the rest of the season. The fact that Origen are within one game's reach of winning their first series. Giants, if they secure this, they equalize things out with Roccat. I think the implications of not only this series, but this game has on the overall standings are just a really exciting thing for them.
I agree, and while we talked about Giants rather, being 0-8, now 0-9 in game 2s, Origen broke that streak. They won their first game 2 in a series, all split long, and they won their first game on Thursday. That's all year long. Will this be their first series win? Wisdom wants to make it so. Gonna look to ward hop over the wall. Actually doesn't even need to, because Flaxish did not run. Vengeful Maelstrom's gonna buy some time. Wisdom's got the kick available, but is slightly awkwardly placed. We jump to the river. Nahyun's in trouble. He's coming to support, but Knight pops him, and Flaxish turns it around. Oh, they're not done yet. Now Sartorius is in a little bit of trouble. He's got a flash available to him. The damage from Knight is very, very big. Uses that shadow dash away. Flash from the cocoon. Memento and Flaxish gonna chase, sending out the spiderlings. You need to sink the fangs in. Memento survives.
And Giants get 3 very quick kills. We talked about how Giants needed this early game lead, and what do you know? They go and find it. They set up a great gank in the middle lane. They turn around to dive in the top lane, and Giants have gotten themselves a 1,000 gold lead 8.5 minutes into this game. So you can see Nahyun, he's making the map movement top to try and support the dive that is coming out from the rest of his team. But Memento, he's there preemptively to stop the interrupt, and Flaxish, he's able to get himself this turnaround onto Wisdom. There was a big minion wave, but it's a Maokai. He's so difficult to gank. The setup from Origen was not as ideal as they had wanted, and then they round things out with a final kill onto Rumble.
It's not the first time that we've seen Wisdom and Sartorius not successfully work together on a dive or a gank or an attempt. They simply do not appear to have synergy. We saw that last week, we saw that earlier on Thursday, and right now it actually costs Wisdom his life. And then if we take a step back, Giants reading not only the dive in the top lane, but the potential roam from Nahyun. Memento and Knight just in the right place at the right time, Vedius.
But let's think about what this means now for the game, because Knight, he's already well on his way to completing the Ghost Blade at about 12 minutes into the game. Well, both junglers actually hanging around the mid lane. They're just going to walk away. But this also means that Flaxish, he's now already completed his Spectre's Cowl. Look at all this magic resistance he's now sitting on into a Rumble. This shifts the matchup heavily in the top lane. The mid lane, Nahyun can't just freely push now because he doesn't have his exhaust available. Knight is level 8 with a level advantage, and he's the one that can start playing aggressively. So these pushing lanes that should go heavily in favor of Origen, all of that pressure is now being lost because of the advantages that Giants have just gotten themselves.
And that means that Giants, with their more difficult composition to execute, have got an advantage early where they needed to. So step one of what needs to happen to win the series has happened. Where do they need to press this advantage further? Obviously, more kills, Tower First Blood would be good.
It would help.
Yeah. But who's going to set that up, you know? Do Giants want to tower dive? They don't really have the greatest. Maybe, I guess, Memento Knight could look to double team Nahyun.
For now, you need to just hold on to the laning phase for a little longer, because while the start of these itemization builds are good, you want to complete them before you try and force any more plays. The best place to look, I would argue, would actually be the top half of the map. Try and shut down this Rumble as much as possible so that he's in such a deficit that you can even send Flaxish off into a side lane against him. The annoying thing about Rumble is that he will just always push into these tanks. So if you can get Flaxish to a point where he's so strong, he can actually out-trade the Rumble, that's going to better or make it easier for Giants to set up the 1-3-1, because Knight will be able to out-duel Nahyun, Flaxish will be able to out-duel Sartorius, and that means you can send your 3-man unit of HQ, Huston, and Memento in the mid lane and just start pushing all these waves and exerting all this pressure across the map.
So keep an eye on the proximity of Memento then, and whether or not he decides to agree on the top lane pressure. But 1-0-1, he's ahead, 300 gold, thanks to the kill and the assist. Under his name, thank you, observers. Toggling that one over. Pretty even in the top lane. 500 gold for Knight in this mid lane. And even Stevens in the bottom lane. 115 CS for Hiku's Jin into Tabs' Caitlyn. We've not looked at this dual lane a lot over the last few minutes, because obviously it's a fairly neutral farm lane, but Tabs and Peke have continuously pushed up, and you can see the support as they've now backed away to Dragon.
But I actually find that quite impressive, given that the amount of pushing power that this OG bottom lane has. They barely chipped the turret, and now Giants, they're looking for a collapse.
All right, Dredge line forward for Huston. He takes a Dragon's Rage kick to the face. Cocoon falls just a little bit short, and Curtain Call unable to find a kill for now. Flaxish is teleported into the bottom lane, and Sartorius did not. So Sartorius continues the pressure and the push. Origen do not get Dragon.
And Flaxish, though, he's waiting.
Why? Face check. Xpeke in trouble. Flash Dredge line. Peke looks to go down. That's the 4th kill of the game for Giants. Wisdom is the target as Flaxish and Hustling and Memento looking to set it up. You can't escape Meowkai. It's like a horrible Nyan Cat reference. Wisdom goes down.
A double kill for Flaxish, 3-0-0, and this early game is falling apart for Origen. They needed to just keep things stable. They needed to just play the passive game, and they have tried to make things happen, and it has just gone wrong. Origen, they tried to make this Baron happen. They look at the vision on the Baron, right? Or around this play, there is a ward just sitting there behind the Dragon Pit, waiting for Giants to teleport in. Knight ends up failing his shadow over the wall. Maybe that could have resulted in a kill, but regardless, it doesn't matter, because Peke just face checks the brush. He doesn't respect the possibility of Giants lying in wait, and he ends up falling prey to the CC chain that Giants has available to them. But it's just the fact that, why are Origen going for that Dragon? Just, there's no need to try and force that objective.
And to come back to the face check as well, that started the ensuing double kill here for Flaxish, who's now 3-0 on Rumble. With so much on the line, so much at stake, you have to play with an air of caution. You have to go for the safer play.
And you speak about safety. Let's have a look at Jace for a second. That is a Sterix Gauge into Armor Boots, Ninja Tabai, right from the get-go. That is not how you're going to win this matchup. Sure, you might survive against the Zed, but he's now going to be given all this freedom. He's just going to be scaling up so easily without any concern for this Jace moving forward. And it just shows you how fun, how reserved Nahyun now has to play.
But how delayed does this make Nahyun's damage and power spike?
Significantly delayed.
Like, are we talking 2 more items, 15 minutes? You know, it's Jace only going to come online around 13
You'll need
minutes.
a Kayn sooner than he does damage. That's how much delayed that will be.
Well, that's going to be difficult then, because Nahyun needs to pick up this win here for Origen. If they lose 2 series, that's what they need to win. This is the last game of cross-group play here, right? Origen going to be sitting in Group B, and they'll start playing Vitality and Splice, H2K, Unicorns for the last 3 weeks of the split. And they need to find wins above against Vitality and 2 more teams if they want to try to climb ahead, and that's just going to be so much less likely. Giants get a tower, Origen get a dragon. And Origin are 4,000 gold down at 15 minutes.
The thing is, this actually opens up the map a lot more. So now what you can do, if you want to, you can actually rotate your Jhin and your Nautilus round to the mid lane. You can also then send Flaxish down bottom. He has a tower. He should be able to wave clear fairly fine for the time being. And then you have the Zed just start pushing up towards the top. Invest a lot of vision towards this top half of the map. The problem for Giants is there's no real objective for them to play around other than this mid tower. So if they can just have that top minion wave pushed all the way underneath the tower, keep Sartorius underneath his tier 2, that better sets up for Knight to come in from a flank and then maybe go for a potential dive. Look to try and take that mid tower away from Origen.
And hopefully that can then snowball to further advantages, but Origen need to do so many steps here to make that work. At 15 minutes, Giants, this was their largest gold lead. At 15 minutes in the last 12 games. So very, very good start. And that gold lead was earned, first of all, by punishing a play from Origen, right? The reactionary play. And then secondarily to that, punishing a call to go for Dragon. So both big game impacting moments from Giants has been reacting better to something Origen tried to do.
Yep. And that just comes back to what we were talking about in game 1, where a lot of what Origen tried to do, the idea was right, but it was always the execution that ended up falling short. And unfortunately for Origen, this has been a problem for them throughout the regular season, as now Sartorius.
Oh, he's going to look to get shut down. Look at that. Cocoon, Living Shadow, gets Knight in range, and he picks up a very easy kill. Second of the game. This will unlock that inner turret in the bottom lane. This will be the third tower of the game for Giants as Wisdom forced to run away. This is a 3-on-1. The last time Wisdom tried to dive Flaxish, he died. And you can see the hesitation there.
And Giants changing up the playbook a little bit. They sent Knight bot. They used Memento to get himself a dive onto Sartorius. Very clean takeaway. And Origen, they were nowhere near to react. They couldn't save him.
Vedius, this difficult to play team comp becomes much easier when you have such a huge gold lead.
Yeah, yes,
and
it
your
does.
carry and your tank are so fed pre-20 minutes.
Yep. But this pretty much is what we were talking about, right? Like, Giants needed the 0 to 15-minute gold advantage. That's what they had to have. It was them that needed to force the play. And Origen made it easy for them. Origen tried to set up a dive top when they didn't need to.
Is maybe in trouble here. Flashes away defensively. Not going to be able to find anything, but Equalizer on cooldown means he is able to escape with his life. And good play here for Giants. Knight has still not left the bottom lane. Got a control ward in that little bush in the bottom lane tower area. And just looking to blow somebody up. I mean, that's what he wants to do.
He's level 12. He has Ignite. There is no Zhonya's yet completed for Sartorius. If he were to get a kill onto anyone, he could definitely still do it onto the Rumble. But now we get to see a repeat of the dive. Sartorius, he's actually just here to wave clear. I think he's actually looking at the minion wave and not what's happening behind him until he ends up getting demolished.
That sucks.
That does suck.
That really does suck. Just trying to sit back and
he even did the safe approach, right, where he's like, I'm going to clear a wave from far away, and then I'll be fine. And then there was a spider lady behind you.
Yeah, spider lady, a giant diver, and then a deadly ninja.
Yep.
And they combo to give Giants their 6th kill of the game. 6-0, 33,000 gold to 29,000. Origen got themselves at least a Mountain Drake, but it'll be a very long time before they can get anything else. And with the help of Curtain Call and the threat of an engage, Giants secure their 4th tower. Vedius, it's getting to 20 minutes. Origen need to be... they need to do something magical, not only to bounce back, but hell, to avoid a perfect game.
Origen needs what Origen did in Game 2, where Giants just stagnate. They decide that Baron is their only win condition, and it stalls out for another 20-30 minutes for the Origen composition to be able to come online. Because Nahyun, he's still... I mean, he's... Okay, now he's got his Yomu's Ghostblade, which will give him a bit more damage, but the fact that he's still sitting on the Sterix Gauge means that compared to the Zed, who's now just completed his Edge of Night, he's going to be so much stronger. The Maokai is by far and above, way ahead of Sartorius, and this Jhin has hit a much sooner spike than Tabs will on the Caitlyn. So Origen, they're looking at 3-4 items before they can even challenge this lineup of Giants.
I don't know if they're going to get that time. Giants have played so well around the map, applying pressure. Look at the vision again on the mini-map. All series long, Giants have had what feels like superior vision. And even in cases if it was even or not, they've played around Origen's team members. You know, Wisdom, again, 0-2-0. He's not having a good series today and has not had any level of impact to try and claw Origen out of this situation.
We should not beat around the bush. The reality is Wisdom really has underperformed in this series. I had some expectations for him, like being reminded of his challenger days, maybe some early junglers, but now we look at the setup from Giants. There is no vision from OG. There are a lot of pings from Giants that want to make this play happen.
Yeah, the ward is going to be killed out here by Peke. Hustlin, Memento, Hiku, they're just waiting to land some CC. While all that's going on up in the top lane, Knight picks a fight at Nahyun. Nahyun went for the flash actually to get away. Wisdom is now caught out by the Cocoon. He's able to escape. Wisdom and Tabs make their way out. 1-2 flashes used on the side of Origen. That's going to make them juicier targets as this X-Spec is going to get caught down. Didn't quite see how that one worked and doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
Pop
no
goes
jungle.
the Yordle.
Yeah.
There goes X-Spec. He even had his flash up, but it wasn't enough. Now 5 members strong. Giants, they're looking to take down this tier 2 in the top. And I'd like to give more analysis, but it's just Giants owning that half of the jungle. And now Wisdom.
Wisdom's going to look for Memento. He jumps in. The hammer comes down from Nahyun. Wisdom is dead. Knight survives. He dashes away. Finally gets dropped down. Nahyun puts a hammer to the face and Tabs firing auto attacks for days. Sartorius' equalizer helped out, but here comes Flaxish. He's looking for Nahyun if he can. Not a huge amount of armor to work with as Hiku gets chunked down by the shock blast. Deadly Flourish secures the kill, waiting to channel that one. Flaxish is now looking to escape, and yes, there's some kills on the board. Origen, they bounce back.
I like the move from Wisdom. I mean, they're already falling behind. Why not just try and force a play? Origen, they are successfully able to get themselves a couple of kills. They're not quite able to defend the turret, but it's nice to see Origen not just leaning over and dying. They've still got some fight left in them. And you can see here, they're at a numbers disadvantage. They don't have the looter, but Wisdom goes in thinking that, hey, we have enough follow-up. Now, I criticize the build path from Nahyun, but you're actually going to see it actually keep him alive here. As Knight goes in, he gets the shield and the extra health back to actually turn that around and enable Tabs to get himself a double kill. Now, this will help in terms of his ability to complete some of those big items, head more towards the mid game, but the fight ends up equaling out. It ends up being overall a 3-for-3, 3-for-2 even. But
yeah, 3-for-2.
But the fact that Giants still get that tower, the fact that Giants are still going to get themselves this dragon, means that it will still be a net gain in favor of Giants.
And look at the team fight damage there. Knight unable to make anything stick. He threw a lot of his cooldowns onto Nahyun in that 1v1 earlier, so less impactful. And also, Zeds are generally not amazing in team fights.
No.
Definitely not looking for him to do that.
It was funny when Knight, because he used his shadow to get in between the destroyed tower, and Tabs had actually put a trap by the side. So he was like, choose your poison.
Yes. What would you like to do? So Origen, a small breath of life here. They got that Mountain Drake earlier. They've got themselves 2 kills, so they're not going to get perfect gamed. They've not given up, and they do have a lot of damage and team fight power where necessary. The problem is, it's going to be very difficult to set up easily, right? Because point and click CC from Maokai, from Nautilus, if they misstep at all, then all of a sudden Giants can lock them down and either disengage or try to set up kills.
But now look at this setup from Giants. Baron is on their eyes, right? Now, their siege is not the strongest. There's a fair amount of wave clear on Origen, so going for the Baron and playing around this objective is fine, but they should not use the Baron as a means to force a fight. What they should do is just control vision, wait for Origen to overstep, and look for picks. Look to punish the oversteps from Origen like Peke right now.
All right, there's no one to follow up, though. Hustlin, he's going to take a little bit of a trade from that Glitter Lance, and looking at the rest of the menu, now Peke gets locked down. Pretty good equalizer from Sartorius. He gets knocked up by the depth charge, and Hustlin running away for his life. Memento's able to flash to safety and control vision, find picks, kill picks wielder Peke.
And it's Peke that gets caught out once again. I feel like this is a narrative that we've used since the summer of last year, Trevor. And now with 5 members strong, Giants are looking to work their way towards that tier 2 in the mid.
Yeah, they really are. This is the last tower outside the base. At 25 minutes, I mean, Giants are just playing so well this game. They've accelerated their lead. It's going to be just shy of 9,000 gold at 25 minutes. Only the inhibitor turrets standing now for OG to fall back to. And now maybe Giants can look towards that Baron with no more towers and force OG towards them, check into the darkness, and then set up another
It's
kill.
rinse and repeat, right,
Yep.
for Giants. There's no need to... And I love the fact that Giants went for the tower rather than going for a gamble Baron. They're making the smart approach, and I feel like we're seeing the difference between the teams. Giants were behind against Origen, who had such a dominant lead and such a powerful comp, but it ended up taking 50 minutes for Origen to close out the game. Whereas Giants, they have a lead, they know exactly what they need to be doing with their composition, they're executing upon it, and they're translating that into an advantage that is furthering and furthering their control over the map.
I agree with that. I think all the inner turrets are great examples. You know, finding the kill on Sartorius, taking bottom tower. Applying pressure on the top, yes, albeit Giants lost the team fight. However, they got the tower. Then finding a pick on Peke, unlocked the mid tower. But now the next hurdle is much more difficult, right? You can't play around at the same level of darkness when you're heading up to the inhibitor turret. And if OG decide to turtle and just use this Hurricane, Caitlyn, and Jace abilities to wave clear, then Giants need to figure out a creative solution to getting the turtle outside of the shell and killing it.
And that's why you use Baron, right? You're just like, come, be enticed. We have purple things. You should come and check them out.
Let's see what Giants do. In terms of damage, they've got a fair amount of damage to work with. I mean, Zed obviously very well fed. Jin is decent, but they're not the greatest Baron team.
No,
you know?
it's not. You really do need at least Wisdom to be dead, and ideally you want Sartorius to be dead as well. You want a lot of people dead from OG before you really commit. And speaking of dead...
There's Wisdom. He's going to get killed. Very easy. Origen are still just dawdling around. Flaxish has found tabs. This is monumentally bad. Origen to donate 2 kills, dancing in the darkness to Giants.
Well, it's not Sartorius, but I think Giants will be happy. A big damage dealer from Origen is gone. The smite has been taken away. That is more than enough for Giants to say, I think that we can grab ourselves the Baron, and there is going to be little to no contest from Origen.
There is no contest. Origen are simply not there. It's 28 minutes into the game. Giants have got one gigantic hammer, and they are putting the final nails in the coffin of Origen's split. If Origen do not find a way to bounce back, if Origen are 2 series down, they need the biggest miracle to avoid the promotion tournament.
They do. Things are looking dire for Origen right now. And this is the utilization of Vision. Wisdom walking through his jungle, which he has no control over. And it seems to be a story for Wisdom. In their series versus Rocket, it was he that was consistently getting caught out. It was OG not properly utilizing the wars that they had and recognizing the positioning of their opponents that end up costing them that series versus Rocket, and now Giants are doing the same thing. Immaculate vision control, maybe a little bit too much vision control, throwing a lot of wards.
Don't you dare start to complain about too much vision.
There are 3 wards in that bush, Trevor.
Okay, I'll give you that one, I'll give you that one. But nowhere else are you allowed to complain. And for Giants, it's been a very good game against a struggling team, okay? Game 3, deciding game where they needed to show up. Demonstrating they really had Origen's number. All series long, Giants have sort of responded and played well around Giants. And they're going to need to do the same. HQ gets caught out. Yeah, very good play by Wisdom. Just as we're praising Giants, this will at least delay any further pushes.
That was a beautiful kick from Wisdom, but at the same time, you have to wonder what HQ was doing that far up in the mid lane. You do want to be setting up the 1-3-1, but you hadn't properly set up your side lanes. I mean, like, now perfectly would be the time to start sieging with the Jhin, and instead, HQ ends up getting caught out. Shame on you, Mr. Hiku. We'll delay the siege from Giants. Bear in mind, there's only a minute and a half left on that Baron buff. I wonder if Giants will actually be able to use this to actually crack into the base of OG.
Well, we'll find out. Mountain will help ever so slightly. It doesn't feel like Baron will, and this is just a good play from Wisdom this time around.
Yeah, it really was. It's the acknowledgement of Hiku being out of position and recognizing they can capitalize on it. Far too much damage for Hiku to be able to get out. Did burn his heal, And it will result in the delay for Origen, which is exactly what they need to do. They need to buy time, they need to wait. 3-4 items is what they're looking for. Sartorius well on his way to completing that Void Staff, which will really help him a lot. And bear in mind, the big thing to note is actually there's not a massive gap in terms of experience. One level down from each of the OG members definitely hurts them, but at least they're staying as close as they possibly can given the deficit that they're under.
Yeah, and the 10,000 gold.
Bright side, Trevor, bright side.
10,000 gold difference. And Baron empowered minions. Tabs and Nahian doing what they can to wave clear. Wisdom takes so much damage. Deathmark comes down. He's rooted in place thanks to the Deadly Flourish, and Knight's able to escape. Gets the kill with the pop. Pop goes the Weasel. Now the inhibitor turret in the top lane is being focused. This will be dropping without contest. Equalizer. But a flesh wound to Giants, and where did Peke go? I didn't even see. Giants get their 14th kill. They get an inhibitor. And are they going to look for more?
It looks like it. The teleport is coming in from Flaxish. They're utilizing this minions to continue their siege, but have they overstayed their welcome? I don't think they have.
I don't think they have either. Nahian and Tabs trying to stop. There's no equalizer. Sartorius goes golden. Flamespitter's buying time. Giants look like they're going to take down Origen. Giants, they kill Sartorius on the side lane. It's a killing spree for Knight as Tabs gets dunked. Double kill for Knight. Nahian's respawn, shooting as much as he can. That's going to force Flaxish away. The rest of Giants are low. They're looking for the minion wave.
The Giants' Baron buff has ran out. There is no minion wave left. And while they get a lot of kills, they're not able to get onto the Nexus of Origin, so they hold on for now. And Wisdom may be able to pick up one more kill, but what does it matter when you look at the grand scheme of things? That is a broken base for Origin. That is one Nexus turret left for Origin. And they are running out of hope.
Yeah, there's nothing left to fall back to, and Giants are going to be so happy with this play. Wisdom too far forward.
So this is just Knight and the team realizing that Wisdom, he's not tanky enough. We can easily pop him. And speaking of popping, watch Knight as he's managed to delete Expeke. Now, remember, Expeke has no resistances. Knight is level 17 to level 12. And all he's going to do is he's going to proc the Thunderlords. He's going to make use of his passive and show you a magic trick.
Yeah, Hiku got the 4th shot as well.
Yeah, well, I want to give all the credit to Knight,
My
but
word.
really does help when you have a giant crit in the face.
You could say Expeke was deleted.
I mean, you could say
That's
that,
a retro one.
but then I would sound just like Quickshot. Who
You
wants
would,
that?
you would. Quick shot bingo, if anyone remembers it. But what does this mean for Giants, right? They've got one more
It means
push.
they're
in them.
really far ahead.
One more push for Giants. They win the game. They win the series, okay? And that also means they tie with Roccat, 2 wins, 7 losses. We have touched on the Vitality implications, and you know, it is very frustrating and difficult to deal with. But in the context of where we are now in the standings, Bedius, Giants have a game difference score of -10. So they've lost 10 more games than they've won.
Right.
Roccat have lost 15 more games than they have won. And if, you know, tiebreaker scenarios come into to play later in the split, that game difference is going to help Giants out. The fact that they have taken games from teams in game ones, quite famously, is going to play into their favor in securing that 4th spot. That's what Giants are looking to set up. Is in order to do that, they've got to kill a Nexus.
And right now, they are continuing their siege onto the base of Origin. You can see that Knight has been moved off to a side lane. A lot of big items have been completed, and this is where Giants have to be careful because it is 35 minutes into the game. Origin still have a lot of damage with which they can turn this fight around, but
Look at that.
so does the combo of Knight and Memento as Peke gets forced back, and it looks like Giants are sieging onto the inhibitor.
Yeah, curtain calls available for Hiku if he needs to use it. No other ultimates used from Giants. Nahian gets at least one accelerated shock blast down, but it's not going to be enough to dissuade or stop or not even slow down Giants. Look at that. They just shrug it off. Take the shot to the jaw. Redemption's going to come down as well from Origin. This kills off the cannon minion, and Giants continue the pressure.
But look at the top lane. That inhibitor has already gone down. Those super minions are making their way onto those Nexus towers. Origin have to send someone to go and clear it, and that is when Giants will strike.
After 2 minutes of sieging, Nahian's shock blasts are slowly starting to chip Hiku's HP away. Nexus turret number 1, rather number 2, the last one remaining, is under pressure. Nahyun's on the back line trying to protect. Sartorius has already used the equalizer. And look at those Caitlyn traps. They're just sidestepped. Flaxish has gone in with tabs down. This should be the final fight. Knight gets turned into a munchkin. Not even an exhaust can stop the damage from coming down. Sartorius is dead. The inhibitor as well. The Nexus Toad is the focus. A 5-man giant stack put a huge foot up the bottom of Origen. And Giants are one step closer to the summer split.
Giants drafted a difficult-to-play composition. Knight bringing out the Z. A very risky pick. But they make it work. Memento demonstrating his early game dominance. 3 kills right off the bat for Giants.
Compliments of Origen.
Compliments of Origen.
You have to talk about that. Oh, Giants.
They should be happy, though.
It's a tough week. It's a bitter, sweet week.
It is.
But Giants hold on to 4th place for now. They finished their cross-group play. 2 series wins, 7 series losses, and 4 more games until the end of the split, and they will be playing Roccat, Fnatic, Misfits, and G2.
The bright side out of all of this is that we saw some immaculately clean League of Legends from Giants, especially in Game 1. The way in which they utilized vision, the way in which they set up a lot of the plays, their understanding of how to use their composition was great to see. And this was a Giants that we wondered how well they would do at the very start because they did show promising signs, winning a lot of Game 1s against some of the stronger teams here in Europe. But then they could never really close things up and they could never refine their play style. But it seems that we really have seen some genuine growth from this Giants roster.
I agree, and Expected, the man on your screen right now, definitely showing improvement with Origen. The problem is, it's probably too little too late. They have to make up 2 series to catch Vitality in the 4th spot, and I don't know if they can. Anyways, with that result locked in, we've reached the conclusion of the cross-group phase of the Spring Split. Let's join H2K's Prolly and the gang for a look back and a look forward to post-game lobby.
Welcome to the post-game lobby where I'm joined by Mitch Cripple of Esports and H2K's Neil Prolly Hamad. Thank you very much for joining us, gentlemen. And
I was just drafted H2K. I'm glad you got the update.
We got it. Prolly, H2K coach. Let's take a look at week 7 of the EULCS Spring Split. It was the last week of cross-group play, and when we look back at the standout series from this week, we had to look first at the rematch of the Summer Split Finals. G2 versus Splice. In Game 1, it looked like Splice perhaps had come back to some of their form. Trashy was on the Gragas. It started to look better for Splice.
Yeah, so this was the first time G2 faced off against Splice since that Finals in Krakow. And a lot of questions were there around Trashy. You know, his voice within the Splice lineup. He was drafted an early engaged champion with Wunder on a strong winning top laner, and I think that worked very well for Splice. Now, in the second game, the game kind of ended early. Like, this particular invade here after a kill in the bottom lane made it so that Trashy just, like, he went for a panic play. They should never start these Raptors, and G2 had a super clean up, so it went all the way to a Game 3 to in the end decide what would end up happening, but I think it still showed that G2 was the superior team.
Yeah, I mean, I still like to see what Splice has done from where they came from.
Yeah.
But it's still clear that since G2 never really regressed the way Splice did, they're still kind of ahead of Splice right now. So this is kind of just G2's, you know, nothing too different than what they've been normally doing. And I mean, this is just Sven getting back into form again, you know.
Right, Game 2 and 3 was business as usual, right? And Sven playing Ezreal. Bang makes it look easy over in Korea, but Sven, the European domestic equivalent, I think.
I mean, that wasn't Sven playing, that was G2 Niels right there.
Yeah, that was G2 Niels more like it.
Back.
And a great performance overall from Sven in that series. But the second series we wanted to highlight a little closer to home for a part of this analyst desk. Probably 2-0 victory over Misfits. You guys made it look pretty easy.
Yeah, I just drafted a really strong bot lane that just gets dive for free, and we take, you know, we take some farm on the top side. So I was really happy about this play. Nuclear and Che did a great job dying down here. They had no other play. And this is, the mad scientist Jankos solo dives in with GIA to bait a fight.
It takes a true genius to know that he has GA available and then the Kha'Zix passive on the ulti to really lure in the honestly unsuspecting opponent here in Misfits.
Yeah, I mean, this is, don't play your cards, play your opponent. He knew they want to fight me, they want to kill me. So he just goes in and gives them the free kill. And it turns well. And this is, Febby does the exact same thing, walks into an Ari Charm for fun and dies. And this is just, my team playing on a separate level where they can 4v5 these fights, and they just need them to come to him.
It looked a lot more simple than we expected. Is that fair to say, probably from your side? Were you expecting more out of Misfits?
Yeah, I don't know. I expected that this would be a lot harder for my players, but they just played so well. They kind of made it look really easy. And
Game 2 was helped by the invade though, because this would have been a nice game, I think, stylistically, early game versus late game. But the damage Jankos did to the economy of Misfits in the early game was just like way too much.
Yeah, and then even the dives top, this is something that like Misfits were doing to other teams and making it look really good. So it was satisfying having us being able to just dive Alfari twice in a row in this game. But I expected them to have these kind of things like covered on their end where, they can make the play, but it won't happen to them. So I was really surprised we were able to do these plays so seamlessly.
A lot of that H2K playmaking coming from Jankos as well. You were talking about some of the early pathing. That's why Jankos got player of the game for that series. So overall, a solid week for H2K, but after 4 weeks of cross-group battles, we need to take a look at how Group A, Group B shake up as they're about to fight inside the groups once again. When we look at those standings, I mean, Group A, G2 undefeated still. It's been a good split for them so far.
And they have a two series buffer, and if they were to tie the Misfits, there is still that massive game differential that's helping them as well. So they're definitely in a good spot. But I'm looking personally at H2K right here, plus 11 win-loss in the game differential, solidly in first place, looking for growth. The bot lane is willing to sacrifice themselves, which is a whole new story.
Yes. They want to win. They don't want to win lane, they want to win the game. So this is our time. We play UOL next, so it's really going to show in the standings how we do next week.
There was a little movement at the bottom of the table as well, with Giants and Rocket exchanging positions throughout the week, but unfortunately for Origen fans, 0-9 on series still, despite picking up 2 important game wins this week to break some of those losing streaks. We're going to take a closer look at the state of the league, so if you're joining us in the client, be sure to hit up youtube.com/LolEsports for the extended edition of the post-game lobby. It's been a big week for teams, though, and teams looking to get those wins, looking to climb the standings. We're actually going to head over and check in with Quickshot. He's standing by with Giants' man in the jungle.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, I am here with Memento. First of all, congratulations on the win, and thank you for taking the time to talk to me. Games 1 and 3 against Origen just looked clean and easy for Giants, and specifically how you reacted to Wisdom's pressure. How and why was it so simple?
Well, there aren't many paths that you can take in the jungle these days, so the most normal one is that the enemy clears Raptors red, then he takes his blue, and then he goes for enemy Krogs. And when you do this on bot side, it's really risky, so the bot lane can always collapse. So I always tell my bot lane that they can just check their Krogs, and they can just force anything, like they can just force his flash. Most of the times you get his flash, or he has to retreat, he gets real low, and then we get free vision of the jungler, we know where he is.
Is this something that you can only do against a team who is struggling like Origen, or is this something that you can apply to really any of the teams in the league?
Anyone, actually, because a lot of junglers are greedy. They want the Krogs. They give gold. Like, everyone wants them. And that's really easy, especially with Raptors as well. So we just predicted where Wisdom is going to go, and I told them to check every camp, and we can always fight over that, and we can just catch them.
So, Memento, it's been a bittersweet week. Yes, you have now taken down Origen and, tied Rocket for 4th place in the group. But you could have had another series win. Obviously, the bug, game-impacting bug, caused the remake. And then you guys went on to lose the series. Yeah. What was that like for you and how you felt at the time?
I mean, it was devastating, because when you're in a pause, you sit there for like 20 minutes, and we wanted to play so clean, and we've been practicing so hard, and we just wanted to play the clean, like, I honestly destroyed Joker as well there. So we had everything we needed, So when they paused the game and we're at Nash, we're about to do Nashor. So I'm sitting there for 20 minutes, and you can't talk during pauses, so it's like mentally, you can't
It's
even.
exhausting.
Yeah, it's exhausting. And then I sit there for 20 minutes. I think everyone in my team just sits there for 20 minutes, and we're thinking of every possible scenario that could happen. We do Nash. If they come, we flash over. We do this, and then we can play for bottom turret in mid, and we can get a free dragon. We can put deports on our bot side. We can do this, and we sit there thinking for 20 minutes, and then the referee says, "It's a remake," and then everyone's head just. We just went mental boom. And honestly, I'm not going to give it an excuse. We are professionals. We should be able to actually perform and handle this. But it was really, because I've never been through something like this. Because in my head, I was on my way home. I was like, this game is over. I'm already home. I'm going to go home and watch some more LCS or something. I knew the game was over. And then they say remake, and then everyone was super frustrated. Everyone was super angry, and we were like, oh my God, I can't believe this was a remake. And then we get 5 minutes to choose new side and new draft and untilt, and that's just unacceptable, honestly. We should honestly postpone the match to another day so everyone could calm down. And I think that was really,
It's
mentally
tough.
exhausting
It's tough,
for us.
and I respect your honesty in saying that, yes, maybe in the remake, not tilting would have helped. And I also think it has started a discussion. We are talking about the scenario and how it happened, but unfortunately, within the context of the rules, in the rule set, Vitality bounced back, and it means you guys are now tied for fourth, right? The split in itself was looking like Giants were going to be fourth even before that result. Maybe if Fnatic keep losing, there was a chance to catch. But with the context of where we are, looking forward, back to Group A play, what are you looking at for yourself and for Giants?
Beat everyone. Even though we're fourth team and maybe we're not that good, but we're definitely going to work hard and actually try to beat everyone and get playoffs, no matter what.
All right, well, hopefully you guys can pick up a few more of those wins. Memento, thank you so much for talking to me. Congratulations on the win against Origen. We're going to head back up to the analyst desk with Stress and the boys.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Obviously a tough interview. A win today, though, for Giants is an important win for the standings. Giants, you heard Trevor talking about it, tying for that fourth spot. They do currently own the head-to-head and I believe the game difference against Rocket right now. But there's been so much movement at the bottom of the table right now. What's the most influential thing of the week for you guys?
I think Giants just still improved though. Even that, yes, it sucked, right? I think we can all agree that it wasn't the ideal scenario. But in the end, they still have improved their early game a lot. They're still in control of their own destiny. Yes, they would have had maybe a game buffer extra, but these guys can easily beat the team below them and even challenge Fnatic right there. So it's all within their grasp still. I think they just need to round out the edges, play the right comps against the right teams. Because I personally like these greedy all-in early game comps when you play against bottom tier teams. No. When you play against, not against good teams, but if you play bottom tier level, in the context of this, in the context of this particular matchup, what they played today, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, it's not that bad. It's just, especially when you play against bottom tier teams, they're normally bottom tier because they miss fundamental elements of the game, normally including closing the game. So you don't have to all in on these early game comps because they're not naturally, snowball teams on the bottom, or else they win 50-50 of their games. So that's why I'm not a big fan of the all-in early game. But I will say, yes, so far Giants' progression has been very noticeable. He was mentioning even when they're taking the Baron, what they're thinking of doing next. Yeah, in that game, for instance, they had a really big lead, and they weren't diving tier 2s or diving inhibs. They were literally waiting for Baron to spawn and taking it. So I think they're understanding the game a lot more than these other bottom teams, and that's good growth for at least next split.
Is that the kind of pattern? Because we've seen it a lot in these bottom of the table games where they go later. Is that the pattern that these teams should be playing for? Have some aspect of late game within your gameplay and don't completely focus on snowballing early, or do you think that that's kind of going for that all-around comp where you do have some of everything is just going to kind of not be great at one particular facet?
I'm just thinking, if I have to draft, just to win against a bottom team and I'm drafting, I would pick some Mondo late game stuff because there's just, they make so many mistakes. So you don't really need the early game insurance because you have this late game insurance where they don't play late game that well. They're not in the scenario that often. And you can kind of capitalize on that with more late game comp.
Yeah, but then you're also coaching a lower tier team, if you give them later game scaling picks very often, I think, like, do you agree then that they're probably like not going to win lane? Like late game is generally associated with like losing lane, right?
Yeah, well, not necessarily losing, but you don't want to take like fights early. You know, like on Ezreal, he's not necessarily going to lose the lane, but you're going to buy tier.
In lower tier Ezreals lose lane.
Yeah, but you're going to buy like this tier, and then once you buy the tier, you're going to like chill and just Q poke. You're not going to all in. And yeah, maybe them understanding like, don't all in right now. You don't have great items would be a harder concept, depending on like, you know, the
But
players.
isn't this coming from the same probably that was, if I'm coaching a lower tier team earlier in the show, you said I'm going to teach them the first 10 minutes of the game and teach them well. I think if you draft like an Elise Renekton, teach them the first 10 minutes well, you teach them how to actually dive a champion, get a lead. I mean, that might get you more benefit because...
Well, see, the difference is I would teach them the early game first, for sure, if I was coaching them. Yeah. For some reason, if I wasn't coaching them, but they were like, I hired you to do one draft, I'd be like, all right, guys, we're full late game, man. Let's do Nasus Vigar and just survive.
Infinite scaling.
Yeah, just
try and get
scale
super
forever.
late game. It's an interesting thing because I think the week after IEM, a lot of teams got shown how to play against some of the best teams with the Raptors, the influence that those early jungle paths have. We've seen that kind of stop, or at least be figured out by the teams. They're these kind of one-shot metas that come up that everybody's playing around Raptors for 2 weeks and then everything changes. Like, is that even something bottom-tier teams should be concerning themselves with?
I think that's not important. I think it's like, you know, when you get it to more fundamentals, like you know how to play early game, you don't have to like tell your team what they're supposed to do. Then yeah, like you fine-tune it by being more efficient, taking the Raptors because it gives more XP at level 1, stuff like that. But if you're just like, you know, gradually getting better, if you fit this in because you're a jungler who really cares about efficiency, then sure. But this isn't something you should like press on your team. Like you really need to understand this, you know, specific meta of starting Raptors because you could play around it and not be at a huge like deficit or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, the fundamentals are obviously communication and the fundamental, and which is really hard to implement but very easy to spot outside of a game, is that plays are just not planned out. Like playing in the moment, nobody's communicating like, this is my plan in the next 1.5 minutes. Does it fit your plan? Because we may have something different in mind. Like so often you'll see a jungler pathing to top side. Right before he gets there, the top laner will push out and try to base for items. Like both of these guys have a great idea, you know? One gets a lane lead from a nice base. The other guy tries to set up a gank, but they're not on the same page. Like earlier, like we saw Origen set up a dive top. Equalizer goes out, Equalizer drops before Wisdom gets there. Wisdom then, I don't know, he's dancing around a Maokai or something, and then he dies. And then suddenly what should have been a clean dive and a snowball play ends up backfiring into a complete throw.
I want to turn our attention from the bottom of the table and coaching there to maybe the top of the table, because a lot of the times, you know, we see G2, H2K. I asked Paravival this about Misfits and what they'd have to do to beat G2. Where do you see a team like H2K? I'm going to start with you, Mitch, because otherwise probably kind of gives you the answer. What do you think H2K need to do to actually start taking games off teams like G2?
Oh, we've already talked about this. You need to stop greeting in the late game, for sure. Your players need to stop shouting in fights because they go like, go, 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 go. And then there's nobody that says, can we actually alter this call once it's in motion? No, like once H2K late game launches a call, the train keeps on going. Like it doesn't stop for anything. Like Odoamne will dive the backline, the enemy top laner will dive your backline, and at that point, it is just praying whoever wins. Is that somewhat accurate, probably, or am I just a charlatan?
All right. Well, number one, teamfight war cries are a necessity in League of Legends. All right. If you heard Flash Wolf Scrim, you would understand. If you heard, So I think that's fine. Maybe everything else he said was correct. Maybe.
I think probably he's just remembering back to his days playing in the NA LCS with Zuna. Because that guy, speaking of war cries, that guy was... The whole building would shake.
Yeah, I wasn't even on his team and I could hear him. Like, I know who they're going for in this team fight, guys.
I wonder who they're targeting right here. But on a serious note, probably, like, what is the... Without sharing too much, what is one of the... Maybe one of the things you already fixed. Like, instead of saying what you're going to fix next, what has been something you've been working on, say, 2 weeks ago with H2K, where you now see noticeable improvement?
I would definitely say, I mean, you brought up, like, the team fighting, like, greed and stuff. I would say that's improved a lot.
I would say that, too.
And we haven't gotten to show it that much, so I wouldn't say we're done fixing it and I'm not going to look over that next week. That's definitely going to be a big focus of mine for analysis. But I don't know, I think that was like the most obvious one to me. Like, you know, I heard them team fighting in comms and no one was yelling the dive and everyone was like, we could play this slowly. You know, like Nuclear wasn't just getting dove and everyone just left him and said bye-bye. You know, so things were a lot nicer in team fights from my perspective. So I was really happy with that.
It's not only just fighting against the top of Europe that we've got to even start thinking about, right? Because you mentioned playing against Flash Wolves, and the international stage obviously is on everybody's minds as we close in on MSI. We saw the European meta not work so well. IEM, I mean, G2 got to the final, but what does Europe as a whole need to focus on now when we look towards an event like MSI?
That's it's a hard question, and there's no easy answer. Because
otherwise, we'd be winning worlds, right?
Yeah, exactly.
If we knew it right that quickly.
Yeah, but I mean, the meta, knowing if it's right or wrong it's really kind of, there just has to be more work done, and there's no guarantee we'll figure it out. Because if you remember, 2015 Worlds when lane swaps were a thing.
Oh, EULCS was big.
And EU had this like really dominant lane swap that was just the best way to do it, but Korea had this different one. And, in Korea, no one was getting huge advantages or anything. It was just a kind of even like agreement, like we do lane swaps this way. And then when Europe went over to Korea to boot camp, we showed them this way, and they got destroyed in lane swaps every single scrim was, 2K gold lead at 10 minutes. We'd eventually lose because they're better. But they still were just doing it wrong because their meta was wrong. And no one in LCK was changing it. They just kind of agreed, this is the way we play it. So it's really hard to tell in Europe, like, are we playing it correctly now? Because no one's really challenging it and changing it. Everyone's agreeing and just trying to perfect their style instead of, throwing a huge wrench in the whole pick ban.
I think that's interesting because it has that weird two-way street, right? Where we've started picking up, Europe was later to the Ziggs as an adoption for bottom lane, whereas like LCK were playing it from week one. So there is always kind of that swap of information that we see. I find that really intriguing.
I think it's always worth, at least when you see an outlier in terms of meta, to consider the strengths and see why it came to be. It may not necessarily fit within the local meta game, but I think it's always worth considering. And there's just always you just always need to have an open mind, because if you look back to the start of LCS, like Varus wasn't even that high priority. A few things did change, but not to the degree where he is now permaban on like red side constantly. So like there has to be a champion right now with a certain build and a play pattern that nobody has discovered. Some guy right now is sitting in gold. It's like, I found the new best thing. Pro players, please listen to me. It is actually this. Same with like the way Blue Ezreal eventually came to be, right? Like some guy finds that build and it works. We just need to always keep an open mind. I think a similar example is Malzahar support. Like people asked me this in the past. I was like, nah, you're trolling. This champion is useless. And then somebody showed me like, no, if you max Void Links, you're actually an AP carry in the bot lane. And I was like, turns out I was wrong.
Yeah, well, we got to keep an open mind about, meta and things, but we'll be closing in our focus next week a little bit more because we're celebrating everything in the lofty part of the Rifters. Top Lane Week heads to our schedules for the entire week. There's a lot going on for Top Lane Week. Head over to eu.lolesports.com for more information on upcoming interviews, educational content, and on Friday is a very special treat as we're bringing you a Top Lane-focused companion stream with Odoamne and Soaz, which you really don't want to miss.
Yep.
It's going to be a fun one. I'm really looking forward to that, Mitch.
I'm really excited for it. I pitched the idea of a top lane stream because bot lane stream went very successfully. Everybody was on board, and then the official decided to cast it, so he'll be taking that one. No salt there at all. No. Definitely excited for him to bring that, because I love like any lane specific streams as when we're paired with having smart top laners that also have personality that is worth looking into more. Like, Odoamne very well. I think he can be very funny if he's in his comfort zone. So I really hope we get to show more of that next week.
Well, talking about top lane laning phase will be definitely his comfort zone, so he'll be happy about that. I do kind of hope, like, unlucky that it's like two super tanks top that do nothing. So there's just like, what do we talk about? Like, you're not allowed to trade in this lane because you won't kill him. I kind of hope that happens because it'll be funny, but I kind of want to see like interesting top lane stuff happen too. Well,
let's take a look at the matches that are actually going to be on the focus as Group A and Group B go back to fighting in amongst themselves. You can see Thursday we kick off Origen versus Vitality. Then later on in the week, H2K Unicorns. That's going to be a great series. Look at those Friday series. G2 Misfits. Oh, that's a top lane matchup that I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. H2K facing off against Unicorns. I think it's a good timing. I think it's a good moment for H2K to play the Unicorns, because there's been progression, and the Unicorns, they're still quite stagnating. I think are you happy that you face them this week, or would you rather even wait a few more weeks more?
I like it right now because kind of Misfits was our first kind of test going towards like playoffs, like how our prep was like paying off, because we were doing much more hardcore prep for Misfits. So the same is going to be for EULCS. Like we get our second test a week later. So it's going to be really good to get it out of the way now and figure out like what was wrong this time, what was right against Misfits and stuff like that. But hopefully the G2 Misfits matchup, I actually hope G2 doesn't underestimate Misfits because like we did 2-0 Misfits, but they were a really strong team. So if G2's going into this thinking like, oh yeah, H2K easy one, we can beat H2K, so we should be able to beat Misfits, I think it's going to be pretty rough.
They also have a bit of a buffer, so this could for us be the first time that we see G2 experimenting, and that could also spice up that matchup.
Yeah, very interesting. The G2 players even saying themselves, I think H2K are stronger. We did see that in the games this week, but I'm looking forward to seeing how it all plays out on the Rift next week. It's time for us to log off for the evening. Thank you very much for joining us, Prolly, and thank you, Mitch, for being on the desk.
Welcome.
We're going to be back on Thursday at 5 p.m. Central European time to kick off Week 8, top lane week of the EULCS Spring Split. Playoffs in Hamburg are on the horizon. It's sure to be an explosive week. We'll see you then. Good night.
Wisdom repels up into the air. Sartorius tanking up the turret. Now Origen are running for their lives. Run walk to safety. Nation saves Wisdom's life. Baking their way in. Dragons going low. Making for the bomb. Stolen! Giants get their first dragon.
Next time, do the Drake. Don't farm camps. Do Drake.
21 minutes and no champion has died yet until Peke gets sniped.
Round warp into Hourglass does it safely. Now Nathan's the target. He gets pulled backwards as the tower goes down. Origen, they're late. They're sloppy. It's messy to the fight.
Nexus turret 1 and 2 are down Origen. They are routed. They cannot defend their base. And Giants take down Origen 1-0.
Wisdom's going to use that Dragon's Rage kit to buy some time. First blood easily picked up by Knight.
Look at 6, keep going. I can kill 6 with ult, I can kill 6. I get double. You're taking. I got him. Nice. Wow.
It's a 1-for-1 until Hustler is killed. Nation puts the hammer down, flashes forward, kicks Hiku backwards, and it's a double kill for Nation.
Run. No, they're reload. Don't worry. Please recall.
Nation's got mana for days and he can keep firing those shot rods. Knight will be the target. The hammer to the skies. Nation gets one.
Ghost Blade. Oh! It's a Lunan's echo.
You poke?
Elder Dragon's going on flash. Oh, he's solid! Memento gets it!
Wisdom still looking to kick them away. Super minions onto the Nexus, and after one hell of a dramatic siege, Origen even up the series 1-1.
Slightly awkwardly placed, we jump to the river. Nation's in trouble. He's coming to support, but Knight pops him, and Flaxis turns it around.
Can win.
Flash dredge line. Peke looks to go down. That's the 4th kill of the game for Giant. This is now the Memento looking to set it up. Ha! You can't escape Meow Kai. Origen, Giants, they kill Sartorius on the side lane. It's a killing spree for Knight as Tabs gets dumped. Double kill for Knight.
The Nexus turret is the focus. A 5-man Giant stack, but a huge foot up the bottom of Origen, and Giants are one step closer to the